Yes, welcome to our show. Hi. Yes, karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. Yeah, um, I'm really trying to be. Yeah, I'm really trying to be. To be fulfilling the commitment which I make to you. So I think when we were doing Sifuna here in the morning, yeah, I committed to be available in the next 5 hours, and I'm here. So let's come here and have a show, especially for those people who are not here in the morning. Yeah, so that they can as well appreciate what is happening now. Yeah, there are some good things. So tulikuwa na show kubwa sana hapa asubuhi, which even diffused ikafikia mpaka wale wasee wa Russia, and there was a question which I was actually trying to ask myself. Is Putin aware that kuna jamaa anakula maembe Kenya yakiwa hajaiva na chumvi tu? It's a question I was asking myself. Yeah. But I think also people they joke with the people from those lands too much, and we have occasionally known that those are some of the countries which produce very serious mercenaries. And I don't know why bad things in Kenya are always associated with the guys from on top of the Balkan Sea, Black Sea hapo, Atunu Magariana and Sagasian, nina hapo tu. So I think some people from near Soviet Union hapo wanatakianga nchi yetu mabaya, and I think it has to reach karibu sana beyond the past. It has to reach a level where us as Africans we have to understand that criminals are not only in Africa, because kuna kitu kama hiyo ni kama there is somebody who has tried to teach us that way. Wacha niweke link. Kuna mtu amejaribu kudhalilisha Waafrika sana, ati watu wabaya na vitu vibaya ni Waafrika wanafanya, and we have for so long epitomized that people who do not look like us, they are close to Jesus na wawezi fanya maovu. So ukiona tu mtu anafanana na Njiru, unajua huyu ndiye anaweza niibia mkoba. We have now to advance and know that in the world in which we are living, don't be amazed ukipatana na pickpocketer mchinese. So this idea where people think that the only person who can do evil to you ni Mwafrika, I think there are things now which are now bypassed by the event, and color is not a very big determinant of who can commit evil to you. I've just tried to give that a lay because we had also some criminals who came from somewhere, sijui ni hapo kwanza, na hizo nchi zinakuanga they are known of recruiting mercenaries, these people called mercenaries. So I think somewhere in Bulgaria, hapo Chechnya, go like even when you go into their website, they are known that they recruit people you can hire to do anything for you. Even if you want killers, those are the places where you can go and get them. So they are not countries which are actually known for very good things. No wonder even it has become very difficult for them even to attain peace. And they are making that point of the world not to have decorum. No wonder even they had to kill each other for more than 3 years, which is very shameful. Yeah, and we only associate mauaji na Waafrika tu. Sisi ndio tunauana pale Congo. We are the ones who killed each other pale Rwanda. You can see, and some of the people from that world, they are killing each other 3 years now down the line. And it is being reported close to 1 million people have died in that area. Yeah, nimerudi. So 1 million people have died in that area. Hapo. So badala ya Mwafrika ajipende na ajue ya kwamba hawa watu wanauana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, you are busy wewe ukimuona Kenya, you are seeing romance. It's very shameful. So Africans have to start learning that romance can come from anyone. Romance is not about color. A black man can give you a good romance, a good environment, as long as you are vibing with each other well. A white man can frustrate you. A white man can motivate you. So color is not a determiner of how a relationship will look like. And I think we have to start teaching our kids that. So this hype that if you get a white man, you have crossed the Red Sea. Umevuka Red Sea. I think it is something which we have to start discussing. No wonder mzungu tu anakuja tu Kenya na it causes havoc. The level at which ameangamiza wasichana wetu and inakuuma we mwenyewe. I was telling Joseph here in the morning that I was unable to watch those videos because saa zingine unaangalia hizo vitu unaona ni kama hii vitu ni wewe unafanywa. Yeah, so they are not very encouraging and motivating. So other than that, let's be our brother's keeper. Mi kazi yangu hapa tu ni kuwapea maoni and trying to give you some area level advice. So especially our girls. So I hope there is not any girl who comes in our show here alikulwa bila chumvi. Please, I would be very frustrated kama Murusi aliweza kufika Kenyan democracy. I would be very frustrated. So I assume even though we sympathize na hawa ambao mambo yao ilifanyika hivyo, but I hope your intelligence is enough to block Murusi. In fact, kama if there is a victim, if it can be confirmed beyond reasonable doubt that Murusi aliweza kufika hapa, wacha tu tufunge kituo. Sisi hatuwezi jisaidia. Kuingizwa box na one statement. So if I'm able to confirm beyond reasonable doubt ati Murusi alifika hapa Kenyan democracy, mimi nafunga kituo. I think I will just agree that we have just lost it. So I hope and by the way, serious, I hope Murusi hakufika hapa. So I hope our girls here are good, discreet people and na ni watu wanasoma ikiwa kwa bahasha. So I have always been hearing like our Kikuyu girls saying that ati sisi tunasoma ikiwa kwa bahasha. Bora ubesti amuku soma ikiwa kwa bahasha. Munataka muradue hiyo bahasha muone ndani. Where did the discreetness go? So please our girls, msituingize kwa aibu kama hii sana. Wacha tusikie hizi vitu zinatendeka huko Nigeria huko. Lakini sasa ati kusikia ati hata warembo wetu bana. Yeah, I think it is a learning lesson. It's only that we are not a serious nation. These are some of things now in countries where people are serious. What happened? They could have looked for ways to take it to school. Yeah, if this thing happened in Japan, it could have been dramatized in schools as part of creating awareness so that hiyo kitu isikai jirudia tena. Sasa sisi tu inasambaa tu kwa mtandao and we are not taking it as a learning lesson. So that information has to go quickly to schools. Na watoto wetu wajue ya kwamba hii dunia ina huruma na wewe. Kuna majamaa wako pahali wako tayari kukula na chumvi hata kama haijaiva. Yeah, so Joseph alisema aliona the other face. Aliona the other face beyond the camera. Yeah, mimi sijafika huko, lakini ametuambia Allianz Arena ni kunoma, mabao zinafungwa tu. So anyway, I'm just trying to update the people who are not able to come for the morning show, yeah, what they missed. So I've just tried to give an aerial view of our conclusion of that show, other than the epic show which Sifuna has given us today. And I want to recap. I want to enter there. I want to give a very serious analogy and discussion before I do any video for around 1 hour, and then I will admit people. So leo kuna vile tu mutaboeka na monologue yangu kidogo, but I want to give a very deep discussion of what I've seen today in Kakamega, and I give my thoughts. You know, when Innocent was here, Innocent Joe, when Innocent was here, aliniambia mimi ni msee wa kupiga mzunguko, sijui I'm not able to land. So ndio nasema sasa sitaki kuingiza kwa show mapema, sababu mtaanzia kuniambia sasa Njilo land, and I don't want to land. Mimi nataka kukaa huko kwa hewa. Mbona mnataka ni land, and I don't want to land. So, and I don't want to land today. So that is why I need to give that discussion of what I saw as a way of maybe trying to see or maybe to you and you can compare with what you saw. So mi sitaki kulande mapema, so Innocent ulinikimbiza sana and I didn't want to land. So if I have to land ni kesho. What Sifuna has done today, I cannot land easily. So bwana Innocent, hii maneno ya kukuja hapa tunanikimbiza, unasema sasa we Njilo land sasa. Na hiyo word mulitoa wapi? By the way, we didn't used to have that word hapa. I think hiyo word tutaibani sasa. Hii story ya msia anakuja hapa, he is really in the moon, ako huko juu na rocket, alafu mnamwambia land. Ata land wapi? Unajua there must be a safe way to land. This idea ya kuambia msia land akiwa 30,000 feet above the air, it doesn't make sense to me. So the mistake which Innocent did, na maybe anaweza kuja kujitetea, unaniambia ni land nikiwa huko juu. Hadi ametokezea. So bwana Innocent, that one was not very kind because ndege ina landingi, unaonanga the nose has to point downward, and na kuna vile you have to go reducing the altitude over time. So you need, usually I see like aeroplanes which are coming to land to Kenya. Some of them even zinaanzia kushukia pale Turkana. Hapo ndipo zinaanzia sasa to reduce the elevation as they come. So Innocent, I think, is very much irritated by my circular talks. Yeah, it is true. By the way, I'm a circular talker. Yeah, because I always like giving details to the meet. You can take 21 minutes to explain something and give. Yeah, so for today, Innocent, I cannot commit. I will land. And I can tell you, whatever I'm going to discuss here, I'm not landing. Nitaiacha huko kwa hewa. So there is a possibility I will land on Monday. Yeah. Sifuna cannot do what he has done today, and you are pushing us to landing. Number one, there is a renewed enthusiasm. There is some renewed energy. Mr. AKA Mwizi Bwana Ruto who, by the way, and I want to give that, I'm hearing that atakuwa JCM, and it has reached the time, huyo Bishop Kiengei tumekuwa tukimhurumia sana. It has now reached the time to boycott that church. Should we not boycott that church? Nani hapa anaenda JCM? Nani hapa akona relative anaenda JCM, by the way? Now, it has reached the time we have now to start boycotting these people. Na musiseme ati, anyway, if I was a pastor, there's no way in which, after knowing all this, you know, in 2021, 2022, we could forgive those churches which hosted Ruto. But if there is a pastor up to now, he is hosting Ruto, that church requires boycotting. Can we? Sasa, hiyo kioski ya JCM, should it not now be boycotted? If and I'm hearing Ruto is going there tomorrow or today. Sijui kama midnight imefika. It has reached a time now. If it is true, and we will do it in our show tomorrow, if it is true that JCM is hosting Ruto, it has now reached the time to decampaign that church. They are no longer talking about God. There must be something else. They will even make us believe some of the speculations which we have been making about them now to be true, including hiyo vitu wanaitanga ikombele ya ngai hapo. Sijui kama mmesikia akiongea story ya ikombele ya ngai, the one which even pretended that anafunza Kanyari kutengeneza. We might now even think now, and I think it is true, that ikombele ya ngai ni Ruto anafanya mambo hapo. That ikombele ya ngai is Ruto disguised as ikombele ya ngai. Na wawache kuwekelea Mungu sasa. That one cannot be God's granary. Waseme hiyo granary ni ya nani? Unakuja unadanganya watu ni ikombele ya ngai, ikombele ya ngai, and it is not. It is Ikombe. For those people who do not know, Ikombe, Bwana Innocent, is granary. Because JCM Church pretends that they have a place where they store food. Maybe people can store food and they can start giving people. Then, and it has reached the time now where we have now to start attacking these pastors now. If they are no longer concerned with evangelizing, waachane na maisha yetu. JCM, Bwana Kiengei, wewe hata sio mbodhe, hata hiyo jina umekuwa and you know, this is the stupidity which happens in Kenya. Wanajipea maniki ni mzidi tuwafuate. Ati Muthe Kiengei. Muthe Kiengei wa saa ngapi? Somebody who is entertaining a pathological liar in his altar. Eh? Eh? Ni sawa yo olele, endelea kusema tu ya ujinga yako. I don't believe in that. We believe Ruto is getting out of power. So, you know, Ruto ni two-term. Kama hamkupinga uongozi wa Uhuru, mbona tunapinga because there's nothing we can see. In any case, who told you that some of us were happy with what Uhuru was doing? So, wacha kutuletea hii story. You can go to other shows where you can entertain your discussion. So, if Ruto has convinced you, we kuwa convinced peke yako. So, sisi wacha tufanye, allow us to do our stupidity kwa amani. If you believe it is stupidity we are doing, wacha tufanye ujinga yetu kwa amani. It's okay. And don't come to dissuade us and start to make us feel like we are doing the wrong thing while we are trying to recover our nation. Hatuwezi sikiliza watu kama nyinyi. Wewe kama ati Wakikuyu bakini opposition, it's okay. It's okay. Wewe endeni huko muende mukalambe huyo mujinga wenyu. Endeni huko mukalambe huyo mujinga wenyu. It's okay. We have no problem. We will not be forced to support somebody at a gunpoint. So if Olele, you thought that you will come here to try and upsurge us into cowardice and thinking that opposition to Ruto is from some quarters, which is not true. That is Ruto propaganda you are funneling here. Is Sifuna Kikuyu, and he is marshalling serious opposition to Ruto. So this idea where you want to portray it is only Kikuyus who are our... Ruto is having an issue with everybody. He is having issues with workers. He is having issues with the farmers. He is having issues with the employees. He is having issues with the business people, students, young people. Who doesn't have an issue with Ruto? So what are you telling us here? So Bwana Olele, give us a break. Wewe enda ukamurambe peke yako. We cannot listen to you. We are people who are on the verge of rescuing their nation. And you will not come and tell us how we should feel about Ruto. If we feel bad about him, you cannot come and start telling us tuanzie kusikia vizuri na anatutesa. Wewe enda ukasikia. Wewe kama umegongwa so 2,500 na unasikia vizuri peke yako na huko, wewe enda ukasikia peke yako na huko. But we will funnel this information until the last Kenyan alive will hear. Yeah, so stop coming here to make us ati wewe enda ukamsupport huko kivyako and don't come to our show. You are in fact, some of these people who are coming to give us these statements like this one, tutawatoa kwa show yetu. Wewe enda kule mnaongea story ya Ruto, but don't come and tell us story ya Ruto hapa. Ya usikuje kutuambia story ya Ruto. Let us, if we are in a bubble, wacha tukae kwa yenyewe. If it is a bubble, if kama tuko kwa maji ya mtungi huko, and according to, if you think we are stupid, wacha tukae na hiyo ujinga yetu. But don't come here to start to funnel a narrative which is not true. And we know how devastating it has been. Ruto just the other day, he has been abducting our kids. And you want us sasa tuanzie kudeal na mtu kama huyo. We will not listen to people like you. Even if the whole opposition goes to Ruto, I will never go to him. The fact that young people in Kenya were abducted, killed, instead of being given an opportunity na kufanyiwa vitu zingine, some of us, we developed a trajectory turn away from Ruto. Hata Ruto afanye nini? Hata akuje kwetu akamue. We cannot support him. Leave alone. There is nothing which Ruto can do in this life which can persuade us. Yeah. So wewe kaa ukijua hivyo. There is nothing in this life which Ruto can do in Kenya which can persuade us. Or which, let me not use the word us, me, which can persuade me. Hiyo nayo wewe kaa ukijua hivyo. So anyway, let me go to my discussion. Niwe unataka nichemuke hapa. And that is why vile mnafanyanga. Because you know now I'm going to unleash maboma hapa, ndio sasa unanikaba mbele. You are blocking my narrative wewe. So wachana na mimi. So story ya kuja kuniambia wewe, you can start a show, muende mukarambe Ruto huko. Yeah, it is very easy. You just need an email and you start a show. Muende huko museme tutam. You can go there na museme. Why are you coming into our spaces to start irritating us with stupidity? Na hakuna kitu huyu mtu anawafanyia. The only thing he can do is to ferry people and pay people. Leo umeona Sifuna amelipa watu wangapi? Leo Sifuna amelipa watu wangapi? So that he could do the serious thing which he has done in Kakamega. And these people have started now showing that you don't need to pay people for people to come. People just need to believe in you and believe in the cause. Na watakuja. So relationship ya Ruto na Wakenya ni kama ya prostitute, where the relationship is just supported by money. Ukienda kwa zile places whereby people are selling those things, they are not talking about love and how things are. They are talking about uko na ngapi, ngiri moja, uko na ngapi. So like people are getting services because they are paying for them. And I think that's a script which has been going. Even hata akina Gachagua the other time walikuwa nasema kusikiliza uongo ya Ruto atulipe I think it's a narrative which went too far, but at least they have also made, it's a good thing because they have also made Kenyans for the first time not to be taken for granted. I will not waste my day to come and listen to somebody who cannot transform a nation. A person like me, I will not get out to go and listen to an idiot. As somebody like mimi, siwezi tokezea kwenda kusikiliza Ruto. So but there is a guy who atataka kuenda kusikiliza, but at least this time round hawaendi bure. So at least wanaenda na unagongwa ngiri yako moja, which has been a little bit fairer than kitambo when he used to lie to people for free. Let him also receive that pain, even if it is our taxes money, but at least it is better than just hoodwinking people for free. For me, that one is a little bit better. So Sifuna did, and by the way, your rally ya Sifuna is a very small rally. It was a rally which was not highly hyped. It is just a rally alisema na saa tu tuko Kakamega, and you can see how things quickly moved, and how all pieces were able to connect together. So I'm trying to ask now try to translate mathematically, yeah? Try to translate like what Sifuna is doing, to try to translate what Sifuna is doing to when like a serious campaign start. When sasa tunasema sasa we need to fill Uhuru Park, we need to fill Nyayo Stadium, watu wakuja. And I know watu wa Ruto are, and let me tell you, up to today, watu wa Ruto, they are already clear that they have made two grave errors, actually, which have reduced the odds of Ruto getting hiyo tu tamu mnashinda mkituambia hapa. Unajua kuna vitu zingine na shangaa, like you are claiming you cannot get typhoid and you are busy taking water imehariwa na chura. That is what Ruto is doing, and he doesn't want to be sick. Like, how do you claim you are going to win a presidency even with rigging? Because now the only savior for Ruto is rigging, which he will not do, by the way. Let me tell you, Ruto should not attempt to steal an election in Kenya. It is a recipe for a country which has been turned into chaos forever. Let me tell you, from what I'm seeing with Akina Sifuna now, Kenyans are energized to defend their nation. So hiyo jinga ati Ruto na akina Sudi, they think that they will force a president to us, because according to them, some other people did 10 years, na pia wao lazima atiafanye 10 years. There is nowhere us as Kenyans, we promised Ruto 10 years. Sisi kama wa Kenya, we have not deal with Ruto for 10 years. So that is stupidity. All the time wanatuambia walifanya 10, hata sisi lazima tufanye 10, watuachie hiyo ujinga. That is not our deal. Is we need sanity of leadership at any time. And if that leadership, we cannot get it from the person who is in the office that time, we have the moral obligation of getting them out of power. So hiyo jinga tunaambiwa all the time at lazima kila mtu agonge mbili, and then some women wanakuja wanatuambia sijui nini. We don't want that stupidity. So it's our country, it's our nation. Tukiamua hiyo kazi ya Ruto ifike hapo, ni sisi tumeamua. So Ruto is not going to force us ati lazima afanye miaka 10, and we are not satisfied. People are just suffering, people falling into poverty, things are not working, and they are busy telling us that huyu mtu lazima. Let me ask you, who can afford another 10 years, no, another 5 years for Ruto, for heaven's sake? Now, you know, because sometimes some people take jokes too high. You can already see how the country is falling to poverty, and they are busy pretending and doing a lot of handouts, by the way, paying everywhere, because that is the only way they can sustain e-relationship. They can only sustain e-relationship kutoa kupea pesa, and you know it is hurting our economy. It is not that they are good things, it's only that they are doing illegal things hurting our economy. Hiyo pesa wanaenda wakilipalipa watu It is money which could have been taken to other institutions where there is some order, and we get it as an in-kind deliverable. Yeah, so those are things which are happening, and we have to talk about it. It doesn't, hata kama Ruto hii pesa anachukua, it doesn't mean that he is not hurting the economy. Hata kama hii pesa analetea watu, it is hurting the economy. He is destroying our economy. No wonder even our economy is shrinking. For the first time, Kibaki did $145 billion. Ruto is doing 139. How can you explain? That time, Kenya, we were 39 million people. We are 55 million people. How can we be fighting below the belt? How can we be fighting below the belt? Like our GDP was much higher. I'm not talking of the amount of taxes which they are pretending that they want to collect 4 trillion, which at the end of the day is, they have to realize through debts. I'm talking about our GDP, 145. Kibaki, 139 Ruto. I don't get it. By the way, Kibaki is dead. So we are talking of dead people doing better than alive people. It doesn't make sense. Wacha nione huyu mjinga anasema nini. Njiro, fukuzeni Gachagua na Uhuru kwa hiyo group kwanza, ndio nitawajoin. So Olele, we don't need you. Wewe enda tu kwa Ruto. Yeah, you just go to Ruto. It's okay. Njiro, kutakuwa na voter suppression kwa stronghold za opposition. Yeah, that's what you wish. That is what you wish. You will attempt it through wanting to destroy the voter schemes kit na nini, but si tutaangalia. We will not accept an election which has been so are you saying that in opposition stronghold there will be a lot of glitches, and then in places like Nyanza things will be smooth? Wewe ndio unasema, sio mimi. And by the way, please you can subscribe us so that we can keep on growing this show. So please, out of the 47 people, kama hujatupea subscribe, you can honor us, share the show with your friends so that wacha nione kama kuna mtu amejoin so far. Hakuna. At least nipeeni hiyo subscription moja bwana, at least. Amwezi kaa hapa hata subscription moja. Friends, you cannot. Good. 3. Yeah, 3 ni sawa. Ongezeni zingine mbili at least zifike 5. Is it 3? Yeah, I think it's around 3. So Joki Jena, okay, karibu sana. So that is what we are saying. You know, some of us we have been very consistent, and Bwana Orere, we will keep on telling you the truth. Unajua, some of us when we started talking, giving this information, watu wengine walianzia kutuambia hawa ni wale upinga kila kitu, hawa ni wenda wazimu. Until now people it looks like like I even shared that story here in 2022. No, it is in 2018, 2019. I'm somewhere in a church and I'm telling people like Ruto is a worst choice which Kenyans might want. It seems that like it might be, but he's a worst choice. What wananianga? And I'm insisting for close to 15 years. I've never seen leadership in Ruto. Na nitaendelea kuambia. So wewe Olele, if you think Ruto akona haja na wewe, utashangaa sana. Ruto is an agent of destruction in Kenya. And if you don't view Ruto that way, you are insane. Some people, and it is not hatred, by the way. You judge people based on what they are doing. I don't know why people need to be taught to understand who Ruto is. And because I'm a patient man, today I will teach you something about Ruto. Today, I just want to teach you observational skills. Saa zingine, women are very good kujua, guys asije wadu, jamaa si mzuri, simtaki. Wanawake wako very sharp kujua wajinga. And the people who they cannot offer themselves as a living sacrifice. If you mean what I mean with that one is an advanced tone of something very serious. Sitaki munianzie kuniambia I've started becoming vaga. So I have to become vaga in style. So when women are choosing people who will convince them, because before a woman makes a choice, you really convince them. So and this is some of the things we are learning from psychology. Like unajua nikisema hii anyway, ladies munisamee, saa zingine unajua lazima tu this is psychological point of view. You don't convince a woman convince herself. Beshte vile namuona occasionally pia mnaniruhusu tu napitia kwa kakona kidogo hivi, bado narudi kwa Sifuna. I know where the first point needed, nataka tu kuwekea hii so that you can understand what I mean. So you think you have convinced a lady but you didn't. The lady convinced herself. So anafanya kitu inaitwa audit. So unajua, you think the only people who do audit ni ma-auditor. The biggest auditors in the world are women. And they actually audit you when you are not there. So it is in the evening. You have just gone away. Mumeachana from the confusion. Mumetoka kukunywa hiyo kachai yenyu pale Ngara ama so, no, do but relax. I'm just finishing. So what happens is this: when I'm talking in terms of conviction and persuasion. So you don't do much to convince somebody. People convince themselves on where they are going, on what they want. You see, even Wanjeri here is confirming it. Wanjeri is confirming it. So at times we go celebrating venye tumeweka mtu box na kumbe ni sisi tuliwekwa. Anyway, let me veer away from that. Duba seems not to want it. So Animbwere anasema there is no opposition according to our constitution. So what I was trying to explain is that this is who Ruto is, and I wanted to give that example because you don't need persuasion. That's what I'm trying. It just self-conviction can tell you I'm dealing with an evil man here. So that's the reason why nimepeana hiyo example. So vitu zingine like you meet a woman with Onyancha who was skinning women the other time alive, and then you start asking yourself, huyu alitoana na Onyancha wapi? But we will only sympathize with you if you will get an opportunity to get out of Onyancha alive. Kama tutakukuta mvunguni mwa kitanda ukiwa umeuawa na Onyancha, now we can sympathize with you at that level. But there are those people who will not get out of Onyancha alive. We just hear like there is a serial killer who has been gotten and he has killed 20 people. So on that one, you will only become an experience to us, and we would not want to face another experience. It now becomes like the Russian thing. So what do I mean? You don't need persuasion to understand Ruto. And there are some things which you cannot, and I was giving people a story, the garden, the Garden of Eden here. And I want to explain to people why Ruto is like that serpent in the Garden of Eden. The serpent in the Garden of Eden is very persuasive and indicative the way it is after the welfare of the woman. Kuna kitu nataka muelewe hapa. Hii nyoka inajua vizuri sana. At this juncture, she has just FK at this juncture. Huyu mama kama amenisikiliza ameisha. Already the serpent is seeing the exit from garden. Serpent inajua wewe unatolewa hapa wewe. Hii shamba mkai hapa tena. Nyoka alikuwa ashawapangia kitambo. Nyinyi mnajifanya sana hapa, mtakuwa mnakula vitu za bure. Mnyinyi mnajifanya napeana hizi analogy. So Duba, you have to allow me to be giving these analogies to make the discussion more tight. So nyoka, maybe nyoka ni wivu wako nayo. Hawa watu wanaweza kuwa wakikula vitu za bure, aji kuna miti ya matunda hapa, sijui kuna nini. Hawa watu wanacheza cheza na manyoka hapa, aziwaumi. Hawa watu lazima watoke hapa. Hawa watu lazima watoke hapa waende. So sasa nyoka. So Alex, relax, wacha story mingi. Allow me get excited. Excitement is also okay. Excitement is also okay. So and by the way, unajua wewe ni VIP, lakini najua bado uko 7 minutes hours to the end of your Sabbath. So sitakutumia nini saa hii. So sitakutumia link saa hii. So sitaki ukuje hapo anzie kuniambia nimekufanya ufanye kazi. Unajua unaweza kuja hapo uniambie unajua hata kuongea ni kazi. Unajua akina Mbudi, they are those very very serious Mbudi are those very serious Sabbath watchers. Mbudi ni wale watu hata during Sabbath hata mkono wainui. Hiyo ni kazi. Hata mkono hakuna kuinua. So Mbudi ile pahali tu amekaa ni kupumua na kuburingi macho peke yake. That is the only thing he can do. Anyway, no. Budi, there is some of the thing which is actually making us try to understand is like the more people think we are confused, the more things look to be forming in other ways, even things which who could have predicted a Sifuna moment in 1,000 statistical ways. It's in December 25, you are doing your Christmas there with your relatives. It is January 1, you are doing the new year. And today we are in February 21. Who could have predicted Sifuna could have done some shockwaves by today? That's why tunasemanga life is very hidden. And maybe there are some other bigger shockwaves in June from somebody else we have not seen. So that's what I'm trying to say. It looks like we are winning this war without even shooting to some extent. That's what I'm seeing. And that is what I'm trying to see. It's like it looks like we are, and that's why some people have been saying is like we are in a spiritual warfare, and to some extent, without giving you a lot of encouragement, it looks like we might win this war without even shooting a single bullet. It looks like we could get a Tower of Babel moment in Kenya, whereby things will come down collapsing by themselves. Like we are expecting to marshal a very serious war on Ruto, and kumbe Ruto will be doing mistakes after mistakes after mistakes, and the whole house will come collapsing on him. It was actually a self-extermination mission. And by the way, that is what happened to Nimrod in the Bible or in the ancient times. Nimrod was a very strong man. And I don't know if there are some people who have interacted with that scarcity information about Nimrod. Any person here who is aware of Nimrod information and how Nimrod Nimrod, because he was one of the most powerful men to live in his time. And he actually fell under his own weight when it came to his leadership, and his government collapsed. The most feared government in Constantinople at that time just collapsed under its own weight. People were expecting at that time, people could have wished maybe it could have been some people within the Asia Minor who could have come and attack him. But Nimrod collapsed from his own mistakes. And we might be seeing the same moment here, where we are expecting to fuel a very fierce war on Ruto, kumbe huyu jamaa anajimaliza kivyake. It's a theory, but we could be there. That, and how good can it not be that tunapangia Ruto na pia tayari anajipangia. And that is why this war, before it looked unwinnable, but for me now it looks winnable. There is a formula, and that's what I was saying here in the morning. Sifuna has showed us that it is possible to win this war. I'm not saying that we have won this war, but but remember, you win mentally before physically. And if we are not able to characterize our thinking that this war is winnable, there's no any strategy which we will put in the table which will actually characterize a platform which can win. So our mentality has to be very sharp in terms of what we want. So Duba, let's not say it's a big step, especially there are so many things, and we will play those videos here. Sifuna has showed us that it is now possible to resist a government. For the first time, we have seen what courage from a leader can do. Can you imagine? Today, Sifuna has showed us it is possible to protect 30,000 people in a stadium or in an arena, for that matter, through courage. What have we been doing for so many days? I even said it here in the morning. We have been, when we are attacked, either by goons, tear gas, or whoever, we usually rush very quickly to take away the leaders. Tunatoa viongozi, tunawafurusha, tunatoa hapo, tukuwaingiza kwa magari, wengine wanawashield. And when we are doing that, we actually strengthen the danger to civilians. I don't know if Kipuliru unapata hiyo. So as we are trying to protect Martha Karua, as we are trying to protect Rigathi Gachagua, we leave citizens on danger. So what did Sifuna do today? Hawa watu watumalizie hapa leo. Powerful statement. Hawa, kama ni kukupa, tunakupia sisi hapa, sisi wote. Powerful statement which have actually shown that is how you defend people in a resistance. And what Sifuna has done, he has just shown, yeah, and it's a lesson which Rigathi Gachagua should learn. Rigathi Gachagua now should know that another day, when somebody should come in the church to attack people, it is not about watuchape tuende tukafanye press conference. We have now to reach a level whereby the leader has to stand strong and defend those people. And where it reaches a level, the leader has to give sharp words to scare those people or to punish those people. It has to be done. But it can't be watu wanapigwa kanisani na kiongozi tu amenyamaza hivyo na amerelax hivyo. I think if people will be beaten again in a church, we have to blame our leaders now. It can't be now. We have already been given a script. It is possible to defend the people. In their millions, by the way. It is possible now. I didn't know. I think we have just discovered that method of defending Kenyans in default, but it's now possible. Sifuna, at one time, alitumia very scathing words. Ama mnataka kuzitaja? Wacha niwaandikie. I didn't know, like, you might say that it was vulgar, but he used those words and they worked miracles. But I didn't know, like, when the leader shows strength, that strength is translated to people 100 times. Yani, watu sasa raia ndio sasa wanakuwa na ujasiri zaidi hata kuliko kiongozi. I didn't know. And these are things which now we have to start learning. As long as the leader is brave, raia sasa anakuwa sasa ni kama sasa amedungwa ile shindano ya Crips, ile Crips, ile gene editing sasa ni kama sasa umeedit sasa gene ya raia sasa and we have to draw parallels. I think this is the reason why even Tanzanian people could use their chest to stop the bullet. They could use their chest to stop the bullet. Risasi ni maji bwana. Hakuna kutoroka bwana. Lazima hapa. Maji rebellion. Like you empower people, you give people a lot of courage, and actually they can now offer that resistance. And actually, that is how you fight a government. So I think it came without us knowing that, and I think Sifuna is a blessing in kind. He has now shown it is possible to defend people, especially when that tear gas was lobbed hapo, and then the way he was even sarcastic, hiyo kitu bana ifunikiwa haraka haraka bana, hiyo, like, go and look at the whole ordeal. Today was a day if it was not handled with care, we could be talking of 5 or 10 people dead. Today was a day which had the capacity to descend into chaos, and it was a day which the government could have taken advantage and actually kill people. And I know it has even now taken the government to the drawing board. It has now, whatever Sifuna has showed today, itabidi Ruto akuja na formula ingine. Itabidi akuje na formula ingine of now resisting people. But sasa hiyo formula ya goons na matia gas ni kama tumepata antidote. Hiyo ni kama tumepata. I think we have just gotten it in kind, the way how watu walikuwa wanakamatwa wanapelekwa pale kwa podium. I want people just go and watch that rally today. It is possible to resist a heinous government. I have watched it, and I think there is a formula happen. And it's only an idiot who cannot learn. And life is a continuous process of learning. So, and Kalonzo Musyoka, Matiang'i, Gachagua, they should not feel shy. They should not shy away from learning from what Sifuna is doing. I'm telling you, that rally, if that rally was planned by, and I'm saying it, he is our leader, I'm saying it with a lot of humility. If that rally ya Sifuna ilipangwa na Gachagua, it couldn't have happened the way. Because there is a nut. There is a nut. Gachagua hakuwa ameguza na tumeonyeshwa kuiguza vile inaguzwa. When it comes to people being harmed na uko hapo, you have to descend with authority and you confirm, because I don't think, you know, if Gachagua ako na watu hapo na anaambia hao polisi who are trying to shoot people there, nipige risasi basi, I don't think that police, I don't think he'll do it. But mimi kama raia nikianzia kusema nipige risasi sasa, that police might feel like I'm intimidating him, and actually he might shoot. So that is why Sifuna has shown the spirit of a responsible leadership in a very tenuous moment. It was remarkable. And I want to give kudos to Sifuna that today we are not talking of injuries. Today we are not talking of death because of that bravery. And there was people who came here and they were actually talking about Nyongi and Joey Nyongi. So, and there are some people actually who are claiming it looks like Raila's spirit has descended to, I don't want to go to that, but there are some people who are claiming, some school of thought which claims now is like Raila has reincarnated in Sifuna. And if that is so, there is one thing which I wanted to report here, which and I want now people now should start now even fearing Sifuna more than Raila Odinga. Why? Because Sifuna is a forerunner, and this one happens all the time. Oh, Innocent is saying one person died. Again, sasa unaona sasa Budi ameleta story sasa. So one person died, you see? But it was a recipe for more deaths. Even this one death is too much. So, and this is a death which should be investigated. And we know why should people be dying when people are peacefully exercising their right? So let me see what Budi is talking about in Imran. Peter Budhia ati anasema a goon died. So that one person who died, is it a goon or at a goon? Anyway, if it's a goon, they have to know that they have to stop. One goon was beaten and dispatched. One specific major failure of Nimrod as a leader, according to both biblical and traditional account, was leading the construction of the Tower of Babel in defiance of God. I concur, Ruto is building a Tower of Babel. Confusion. Okay, good. Huyo ni Budi. So Budi, leo utakuja utupe. I will make sure that by the time you are finishing your Sabbath, I'm still here. You have to come and extend that story of Nimrod, because it's a learning lesson. And because I want you come and discuss with us the power of Nimrod. You know, there are some people who do not understand how powerful Nimrod was. Nimrod was not like Putin. Nimrod was not like Trump. Nimrod was 100 times or maybe 1,000 times bigger than those guys. And he fell. So is Ruto. So if we are talking of people who have ever possessed power in this world, is Nimrod. And he fell under his own weight. So we cannot be cowed, and some people cannot be telling us that it is so difficult to defeat Ruto, who is already collapsing under his own weight. Kuna watu wanasema nadharau huyo mtu sana. No, but I can see the resolve which we are having. I can see the mobilizations which are happening with the Sifuna. Actually, we can win this thing. And I know Ruto is a very frustrated man. There's no way in which you can tell me that Ruto is not bothered with what he is seeing. Because number one, whatever is happening with the Sifuna is the ripple effect of things which they thought will not happen. So number one, you are destroying ODM and you think that there will be no reaction. So when Ruto is destroying ODM, he is in the drawing board. Unajua, sisi maengineer saa zingine tunachoranga mchoro, lakini ukienda kuimplement inaangukia watu. So pale Ruto akichora ODM tutatoa hii bawa, tutatoa hii mguu, alafu ianguke hivi. Aya, sawa Raf, kama unataka kuingia studio ni sawa, nitawaruhusu. So Ruto alikuwa sha simulate vile atatoa bawa, vile atatoa mguu, vile atatoa waya ya ignition. Alikuwa simulate sasa. Lakini hakujua how I say there are some people that, so he had already simulated a dead ODM. So when Ruto, there are two fatal mistakes, by the which we have to discuss here. Gachagua was a fatal mistake, which we are not accounting, by the way. Gachagua became larger than life to the extent that munajua hapa video ya Gachagua ingechezwa hapa. Video ya Gachagua ingechezwa hapa. We used to see Gachagua tunasema toa huyo mjinga. Can you imagine? Ruto made Gachagua palatable, consumable. Unajua saa zingine mi naonanga kama niko na kichaa ati naketi chini hivi kusikiliza Gachagua. Unajua saa zingine hiyo kitu inanima I don't believe it. Ati niko hivi bana ama ati napata notification ya ati Gachagua has started. Ati Gachagua has started. Ati niko hapo I can't believe it. That is what happened. That is a blessing which Ruto gave Gachagua without knowing. If Ruto knew that by doing what he did to Gachagua, he was giving him a mileage, he couldn't have attempted. So it's a fail. It is something he simulated. He thought that huyu mtu, he will, actually according to Ruto, he thought huyu mtu nitamuimpeach and he will die out of frustration. I think according to Ruto, he knew that Gachagua had like 2 years to live. You knew that this guy would just get frustrated na ende akakufia na huko. Ukauliza Ruto, walikuwa anasema huyu after 2 weeks, vile walikuwa anasema after 2 weeks huyu mtu mambo yake itakuwa imeisha, ataenda huko na Dorcas wake ako huko kwa villages very frustrated. then ndiye huyo kisukari, high blood pressure, stress, depression, hiyo vitu yote, alafu chwa kaburi. Ukauliza Ruto knew very well by 2026 Gachagua alikuwa anafaa kuwe maiti after kukufa na depression. That was a simulation, but he didn't know that he was handing in power. The guy started getting audience, even with the people who he had even afflicted pain to them. Wakaanzia kumsikiliza. We know the life of Gachagua. Gachagua has not been a good man, but can you imagine Bwana Alex Budi making a hater to listen to Gachagua? A hater, mtu anasema nitolee huyo mjinga bwana. One of my friend alinikuta nikiona video ya Gachagua bwana, alicheka akaanguka bwana. Akasema yenyewe hii dunia hakuna kitu utawaiona. Wewe njiro unaona sikiliza Gachagua wewe. Sasa nikamwambia sasa nifanye nini bwana? This guy looks like ni kama amevuka pande yetu by default. Sasa mnataka apigwe na Ruto na pia sisi tumpige tena. Wacha tu tumkaribishe in the meantime as tukiona game plan yake ikoaje. So ikafika level whereby we were being nagged. It's like a strategy ya Gachagua was not working, and as we were looking at his strategy nose diving, then suddenly ndiye huyu Sifuna. And now if you can now see, there is now like the movement of traction from Gachagua to Sifuna. And I can tell you, by the way, if I tell you there is a possibility that actually Gachagua has lost some of the supporters to Sifuna. We hope that there will be one united opposition at the end of the day, but some traction has been now taken to Sifuna. And that is how things are morphing in Kenya. And this is the big thing which I wanted to discuss tonight. Wewe unaweza tumesema hii favor iko Kenya saa hii ya kukua kiongozi inakaa kama the Olympic torch. Ukifanya ujinga inahama. Ukifanya ujinga like hii kitu is not at a stable point. Hii favor hii kikitu, kuna kikitu iko Kenya. Hii neema is not like a stationary thing ati inakuja inakaa kwako. And that's why even Sifuna has to be very watchful. Sifuna pia yeye akiyumba kidogo tu hivyo, hiyo kitu inahama. Ni kikitu tu iko. Hiyo kikitu tu like it is shifting hivyo. Hiyo kikitu, kuna kikitu like it's like some favor. So ndio I'm trying even to say, hata akina Gachagua, if Gachagua will not be definitively on the point whereby he is fully on mwananchi, hiyo kitu inaenda. Hiyo kuna kikitu like I don't know how I can call it in my language. Kuna vile tunakiitanga, we call it kiongero. Kuna kikitu tunaita kiongero. Yani kiongero ni it is the courage to influence people. Yeah, I don't know kama kuna mtu kama kuna muembu hapa kiongero. Na hiyo kiongero inakuanga kwa simba. Simba is the only animal in the jungle which has kiongero. Kiongero is that courage to do things without thinking. Yani uko na kikitu tu inakuambia hii kitu iwezi nishinda. So kuna hicho kikiongero, it is shifting. So wewe ukifanya tu blanda inahama inarukia mwingine. And that is why opposition people should not be worried. Na hicho kitu this is the signal yake. Na ndio unaona ukianzia kuonekana ni kama una sympathize na Ruto kidogo, hiyo kitu inaruka. And it has been shifting. The other time unaona huyu jamani kama anaweza kuwa rais. Mnaangalia hivi, hiyo kitu huyu jamani kama anaweza kuwa rais. The other time like when we used to say now sasa ni Maraga. Sijui nini litendeka. Yeah, like there is a shift. Sasa naona ati Sara unasema ati nimeona ati mulichangamuka asubuhi ati Njiro is a comedian. No, I'm not a comedian. I try to make things simpler. Yeah, I try to make complex things simpler. So that's not comedy. Yeah. So hata ile pahali iko na uzuni. Even when people are saying that we cannot defeat Ruto, I want to believe that we can defeat him. So I just try being myself. So Salah, na sijui kama huyu ni yule Salah wa Raila pia. Unajua anaweza kuwa ndiye anatutrora hapa. Sinamuita ati Okech Salah. Ama huyu ni yule Okech Salah. Unajua huyo Okech Salah pia anaweza kuwa amekuja hapa. Huyo tulimkataa bado, sio mtoto ya Raila bwana. Yeah, they have tried to show so many images of where they used to meet with Raila Odinga. And now there is another thing which I don't know why the devil wanted me to forget this one. And this one thing is very serious. Can you imagine what Orengo said today? Who is Orengo here? Can you imagine what Orengo said today? Hawa watu waliua Raila bwana. Hawa watu waliua Raila bwana. And that is something I want us to now look at it in details. And I have even, na nimeenda kwa social media, TikTok, I've gone to, nimeenda hata kwa account ya Sudi, no one is commenting. It looks like, and that was a very bold statement to say, mbona hata DCI ambi nani aende akaregister, sio kuandika statement, DCI, mbona DCI ambi Orengo, you are funneling misinformation. You have to do a statement. And I think now this is the second time Orengo is saying, and that is something now which we have now to start taking serious. How watu waliua Raila bwana. Let's not joke with that thing. It could be true. That man was exterminated. There is something Sifuna is saying without saying. Ni vile hawezi peana all the intricates about it. But there is something Sifuna is saying without saying. No, unajua ni kazi yetu hapa ni kufinya kila mtu. Okay, so Goody anasema James Orengo is a distraction and has got nothing to lose. Yeah, so that one is also another school of thought. I don't know. But I think James Orengo has also been very consistent when it comes to Ruto opposition, by the way. And I don't, in a sensible mind, and that's why, and I think in a sensible mind, has issues of, kuna vile tu, kama wewe tu ni msee serious na maisha, kuna vile tu like story yako, unajaribu tu kusupport tu Ruto, saa zingine hata Ruto anakuita mpaka kwa mkutano huko kwa State House, unasikiliza, unasema, hapana. Ubishi anasema, in a sensible man, Ruto can call you, unaenda, okay. Ni kama saa zingine hata Kiprila anaweza kuita pale, unaenda, Kiprila anambia, boss, tukutane bwana. Tutaleta mama. Unaangalia. Anyway. Kabla nicheze video yako, can you react? Kipril, can you react?
Leo umekuwa preachy.
I'm that way by the way, ni ile saa zingine mnipeange time.
Ama umeenda kanisa leo, ama unaenda kanisa?
No, I can be pricky if you joke with me. I'm worse than Ruto kusumbua watu. So, but on good cause anyway. So, can you react to what you saw today before to share this?
Yes, crowds were the same. The same. We just happened to implement AI on both sides. I can just tell you that we're going back to tribal politics. That's what we're refusing to say. Muna praise or Sifuna nini. We're going back to tribal politics. Right now it's Bukusu, not Bukusu Luya versus my brothers, watu wa maji, mandugu zangu wa maji sasa. That's what it's led to. They're playing Luya music. Sorry?
Hautaki tusifu Sifuna. Unataka tu tukae tu hivyo tu being gloomy when things are working for us. Unajua
imesaidia nini?
There is something
no
tell me. Hata Mungu anasema when things are working, praise the Lord. So we cannot be, things are working.
Okay, tell me logically, why are you excited about that?
I'm excited because whatever Sifuna is doing,
what is he doing?
Can be an exit gate.
Yeah, but what is he doing?
Of actually exterminating Ruto.
Yeah, but what is he doing? What is he doing?
It's mobilization, brother.
Yeah, but
it's a show of everybody. Why is Ruto paying to have crowds?
Yeah, but Ruto is going to do the same.
So bwana Kipril, uwezi kuja bwana kuanzia kunimwagilia maji bwana. Nitaongea na wewe kesho. Wewe tu dialogue yako. I cannot. Uwezi
I have to be realistic.
I am saying today I'm not landing. Today I'm not landing.
So you're excited about a crowd.
Leo
that crowd feed me?
Sisi tuko huko crowd 9. Do you know the crowd 9? The real crowd 9 one ile mnapelekanga warembo. Niko huko sasa. Hamwezi nishukisha huko. Siwezi shuka leo.
Si tulikuanga excited.
I'm not landing. I'm not landing today. Wewe tu land peke yako, is okay.
Si tulikuwa excited tukiona
mimi hata sisikilizi. Wewe tu weka tu
mbona. Why you not letting me talk?
Wewe nimeona unataka kunishukisha. Wewe malizia nikuje nicheze video yako. I'll be back.
Sasa unaona hiyo mchezo. That's why I ran away from your show. Hata kwanza ukirudi natoka.
No, it's not about mchezo. Unataka kunishukisha aje bwana?
Let's talk.
No, but
it's a talk show.
Don't lower my dopamine, please. My dopamine has to be at that level today.
Okay. What is the next move for Sifuna?
Sini Mombasa. Sasa we are thinking of how to enlarge that crowd. You have to speak large bwana. History yanasema sijui what next. Sasa ni hiyo crowd sasa ikue kubwa.
Sasa umepata backup pale. From JM. Ufurahie sasa. You can shoot me with that.
Leo siwezi shuka bwana. Zi bwana. Let me tell you, if you know vile Ruto ametusumbua hii Kenya. Watu hawana kitu. Anything which is showing like a sign of exterminating Ruto has to be supported.
What I can take from what I saw there was the fact that none of them are akuva yellow, akuva orange. Did you see any orange in Kakamega? Think about it. Hakukuwa na hata orange moja. Ilikuwa tu Sifuna alivaa nguo zake. Actually, most of them were wearing Azimio blue. If you are there for conspiracy theories, look at the picture. Walikuwa wanavaa nini? Blue. Yeah. Then the whole of the Siaya one, you could see it was a paid crowd. Anytime you see uniform, anytime you see uniform in any crowd, just know those people have been paid. I saw the guys in Siaya cheering for Kimbi Kimbi. Kimbi Kimbi said nothing, absolutely nothing, but you could tell that these guys were coached to cheer anything. Lakini Kakamega ilikuwa natural bana. Ilikuwa natural. I enjoyed it. It was fun to watch. The take from Kakamega was what Sifuna said. He stood his ground. Alisema kwamba rusha ingine. Kama ni mwanaume, rusha ingine. Hamtasimamisha hiyo mkutano.
And was that not is there any other Kenyan who has ever,
Raila usually runs away, but
and that's why I have discussed it here, because I wanted you to comment on that. Is there any other Kenyan who has ever showed that it is possible to resist?
No, it's the first time niliona. Actually,
and why are you not discussing that? Unakuja kutuambia alafu nataka nishuke. How naweza shuka aje when
I'll just also giving you I'm also giving you reality. Sasa unaanza kulichokoza
Hakuna reality hapo bana.
Ni kuingilia sasa.
Ruto ni one term, tunateremusha kuteremusha. Tunamteremusha kama bendera. Unaona kama bendera. We are taking him down like a flag, man.
The strange thing is Toto bana. I'll tell you, it was childishness from the CIA crew. It was childishness because they are trying to counter what Sifuna was. What was the purpose of the CIA meeting?
See, it was a comparative and a distraction. Waliambua na Ruto, nyinyi lazima muende Siaya ili makamera ziende huko. Unajua ni ile yani like si ni ile ni kushindana na ndovu kukuni.
Unaelewa sema tena hiyo?
Si ni kushindana na ndovu kukuni. Si ni ile unaambiwa sababu wao wako na event yao hapa, pia na nyinyi lazima mkuu na event yenu hapo ili sasa to divert attention. Unajua nasema hata sisi tuko na watu bana. Tupeleke watu yetu huko bana.
You know, okay. Let's go to what excites you, which is crowds. I don't believe in it so much. Let's go to what excites you about crowds. Before,
Kipril,
I remember. Can I finish?
Stop saying that I'm excited. If you're not excited, bwana, bwana. Kwani wewe unafurahishangwa na nini?
Ama nitoke. Can I finish?
It's not about that. Nikukuuliza na kuuliza.
No, don't ask me a question. Let me finish my statement. Let me finish it. If indeed what you like is crowds, I'll tell you the issues that we had when we were at Azimio. I remember that we talked about this in 2021. You are there. The problem was every single rally we were waiting for one person and one person only to take us to these meetings. It was always Raila Amolo Odinga that would have to be the person that ignites the crowd, and all of them had to fuata him. Now, if we look at what is happening right now, whenever Natembea akianza tawe movement yake huko inapiga kelele huko, you see Sifuna will do, if Sifuna does not go to that stupid party as Rudi uko ODM. I hope it does not run through ODM, because that will be a betrayal. But just imagine, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Just imagine, in the run to the election, you got Gachagua akipiga kelele huko Central. Alafu upate the Tawe movement. Then you have Sifuna, who's got a big pull around. Sifuna also running around. Then tupate hizi ndogo ndogo za nani Kalonzo akikimbia huko na nani whoever is running mate is going to be tukimbia hivi. Then you have my madam coming here in mashinani. This, in terms of that kind of strategy, that will actually overwhelm Ruto. It will overwhelm him. We just need to have the Matiangs, and I think Matiang is going to do that when the time comes. He'll what do you call it? He'll accelerate his rallies. This would mean that attention will not be on Siju ati Ruto is number one, Siju nini, or it's just a two-horse race. It's going to be so confusing for Ruto, whereby you have Natembea akikimbia huko akipiga kelele huko Western, then you see somebody else in Northeastern akipiga kelele huko. How can he compete with that? That was the issue we had in Azimio. And that has got to show me he cannot deploy all over the country. He'll be absolutely embarrassed when he's trying to sell himself. No matter how much money he tries to spend, wananchi wataki kuona watu wa UDA, especially in Central Kenya. There's no way you can have a rally in Central Kenya without Gachagua coming to block you na kukufinya. So that is what I'll take from your hype. Vile umefurahia. Chezea mimi video zangu. Acha mchezo.
Kakamega oye! Hatutoroki leo. Zima hiyo kitu, mkutano iendelee. Zima hiyo kitu, mkutano iendelee. Hatutoroki leo. Hatutoroki leo. Hatutoroki leo. Kitu. Zima hiyo kitu, mkutano iendelee. Funika na jacket. Funika na jacket, mkutano lazima itaendelea. tuendelee tusiendelee, hakuna siku. Leo hatutoroki. Zima hiyo kitu kama bagi, zima hiyo kitu kama nyongi ya jana. Vijana murudi. Leo hakuna mkutano inaisha. Haiwezekani. Piga ingine kama uko nao. Kumambao, piga ingine umbwa. Haya, tukae chini viongozi, tukae chini tafadhali, tukae chini viongozi. Kakamega oye! Leo nataka niwaambie sisi ni kina nani? Mungu chonjo. Nataka Sheikh atuanzie kwa maombi alafu
Asante baba, yaani uko mbinguni lakini unapanga mambo yako venye nafaa. Yaani ground nimekubali nilinda mwananchi. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, umetupia ulinzi, umetuma malaika zako baba. Wametulinda tukafika Kakamega. Tupo ndani ya Kakamega na kijana wetu Babu Owino, Edwin Sifuna, Orengo, Hamisi, na tunasema ni one time baba. One time baba Raila Amolo Odinga penye huko. Najua umefurahi leo. Umefurahi, tunaenda Nyanza baba, utatupea ulinzi. Hao watu watutamu wamekimbia.
Inakaa mazishi bana.
Sisi pia enda kanyoe bwana. Bado ni waka. Kabisa maruyo kamano nitira nyonyo leno
And next.
Party leader of Raila Amolo Odinga kwa miaka 10. Don't you think I want to be the party leader? Ujui kana nataka kuwa party leader? Sinataka hata mimi. Sinatosha mimi. Kwa mimi siwezi mimi. Mtu akinikujia na mkujia. Ukija naja. Lakini chama kimeamua daktari. Sasa mimi ni nani nipinge?
Going to negotiate on policies. We are going to negotiate on development programs. We are also going to negotiate on sharing of positions, which includes sharing power.
Power.
And
Lakini hiyo story ya power yani Oburu thinks that he is always on the reward side. Hii power ametafuta hivi apate. Now they are busy saying that to kushare viti, and people have been saying it's not about sharing of seats. What did I just hear?
That is what I'm trying to show you. Huh? I'm trying to show you the difference. I'm trying to show you the difference between the two rallies. I'm getting you excited hapo. Uone ni nini wameongea, ni nini ya maana wameongea.
Mjinga, that's why nyi mnaenda tu kustroll huko. I cannot go and waste my energy when Sifuna is like ananiincrease dopamine to 150%. Alafu sasa unataka nikaone ujinga kama hiyo. Siwezi. I'm not boarding.
Finish the last one, basi. Wish you.
Wewe tu endelea kuzileta hata leta sasa Sifuna, but I'm not boarding. Can you imagine de-energizing yourself with such stupidity?
Nisikia wabunge wenzangu wameomba hapa kura. Wanasema ya kwamba tusaidie rais akuwe 2 term. Sisi hatuna shida na hiyo kama ODM, lakini tutatangaza hiyo baada ya maelewano yetu tukikaa chini. Sisi pia kama ODM tunataka kujua tutapata nini kwa hiyo serikali. Hapana lete hapa kusema tu 2 term. Tutafanya 2 term, lakini weka vitu kwa meza. Tumeelewana? Waweke vitu nini? Hii Minister ya Finance kwanza hiyo hatuwezi kuzungumza juu yake. Minister Energy hatuwezi kuzungumza juu yake. Na tunataka vitu vikubwa ziwekwe juu ya meza. Sisi
Ola vile Mbudi ananiingilia, ati Mbudi anasema ati your dopamine is your personal.
He knows what he's saying. Yeah, with him there. Oh, take kusikia reality bada. We want power.
kuwa bila power. Ni lazima tupate power. Na hiyo kupata power mpaka wakosi watakuwako.
Lazima tupate power, my friend.
Na hii power inatafutwa ni power ya vikingi ya stima ama ni power gani?
No, they're telling us the truth. They're naked. They're naked, bana. Bro, he's already talking about seats. Mambo ya CS, mwingine anakuja hapa kusema, I was the deputy. I want to be powerful. I deserve this. Yeah. Anything in Siaya that was talking about the people. Hakuna hata mmoja ameongea juu ya wananchi. None of them have talked about the people.
Atinjiru, mbona Wakikuyu hawakupinga Uhuru Kenyatta na alikuwa mwizi kama Ruto?
Answer that. Sema ukweli tu. Sema tu ukweli.
It's very simple.
Very
simple. You know, there is something which we call a critical point of reaction.
Sema ukweli.
So, during Uhuru time, Kenyans did not reach that level of criticality of fighting for their right. Sasa Ruto amekuja akaharibu kila kitu and Kenyans have reacted. We cannot say that because Kenyans did not react during Uhuru time and it did not come, now they cannot react during Ruto and it has come. It is that reaction. Kuna kitu tunaitanga peak moment of reaction. So that peak moment of reaction Uhuru was just lucky. He did not experience it. But
he's a thief.
I don't deny, but nasema unajua sasa ni kama sasa
mwizi yetu.
Ngoja kidogo, ile kitu nataka kusema jamaa aende aibe.
Okay.
Asiuawe. Jamaa aende aibe na asiuawe. Alafu wewe ile wakati umetokezea ukaenda kuiba ukutane na kizungumkuti yako uawe.
Nyinyi watu
wa power. Are we going to say that the other guy sababu hakuuliwa itabidi tuende tumuue? So what there is the reaction of Kenyans is different on different presidencies. To some extent, Uhuru was just lucky. He did not meet with the interaction of the anger of Kenyans. Lakini sasa Ruto kimemuumania. Ametesa wa Kenya, akatesa wa Kenya, and he is the unlucky one. Amekutana na hiyo rap and he has to face it. And Kenyans cannot forgive him. You have to face that wrath. It is not something which is, you cannot sponsor hunger. Keep real. Or you want to tell me that this hunger is being sponsored. So, and it's simply because Uhuru was led to work and finish his term, even after he stole the election in 2017, now...
And 13.
It's okay. You know, Kenyan election has not been determined. That one is true. So what I'm trying to say is we cannot now say, simply because Kenyans did not react during Uhuru time, they cannot react during Ruto time. That is not natural. It's like now we are now trying to introduce an artificial condition.
No, we didn't say that.
Kenyans have to react.
They want you to acknowledge. That's it. It's pure acknowledgement.
I have no problem with that. Uhuru was just lucky. Kenya, like Wakenya wakufika boiling point time yake. So
tulifika alafu tukaambia handshake. Ulisahau handshake bana.
Oh, yeah, nimekumbuka. So naona Mbudi ametoka Sabbath.
Mwambie ile timu nyingine ya ODM tunasema ya kwamba watu wachie party. Tunataka Joshua aliye na nguvu. Do you want a strong Joshua or a weak Joshua? Do you want a strong Joshua?
Yeah, the last one.
Vijana ria. Kwa jina naitwa Kimbikimbi, nasema kidogo.
Kimbikimbi.
Baba alikuwa anasema vijana forward. Forward march. Nasema hivi. Leo tumeamua kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Nyumba yetu isimame vizuri.
Now you understand why you have to watch both.
Okay, Dubai is saying something. Dubai is also trying to help me to answer that question before sasa tupe Budi to react. Naona Budi ni kama anakuja kunipunguzia dopamine na ni sawa, because ukisikia nampreempt Njiru, that answer is not complete. Uhuru was opposed even when he was in power because of corruption. That is why even today people do not want to hear about Matiang'i as long as he is in Jubilee. He has tried to advance me. Maybe Kipril, you can react to that. I'll have to pay Budi. Unajua mimi leo sitaki kuongea. I have said categorically, today I'm not landing.
Wacha ndugu yangu ingie tafadhali, please. Thanks.
Budi, initial reactions to what you saw today?
No, not about the reaction. That question that I've been asked. I think that is one of the most evaded questions by the mountainers. But I mean, it has a simple answer. And every time you evade it, you embolden the other sides to see that, Uhuru is being favored or something of the sort. Uhuru actually stole massively. From the airport renovations to, Family Bank and all this, from this May saga ya Kiunjuri, the contraband sugar. There was massive stealing in Uhuru. What helped Uhuru to leave a legacy and still makes him to be a statesman is he understood his weakness coming to govern. And on the side of a coalition, the moment he took over, whoever that was able to advise him, he put on individuals that had a capacity to deliver in spite and despite of his weaknesses. And when things went so bad, he was ready to do a reshuffle again, not only to appease the electorate, but to make things functional. And that's what made us have a soft spot on Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, when it came to two areas that cannot be politicized, that is education, Uhuru actually oversurpassed any president. He superseded any president before him. Even Kibaki, who had free primary education. What he was able to do in the primary and secondary education It didn't fall on the higher education yet, but I think significantly they did a lot. To the point whereby at what TTC started getting accessing loans, help loans. So that is one area that made Uhuru get a soft spot from the people. So it's not about the Kikuyus, it was about the whole country. Education was affordable across the country. Not only accessible, teachers were able to be stakeholders in the whole education system. Now, when it came to salaries, they were able to negotiate again with the stakeholders. Strikes went down, negotiations were more, open. Lastly, the agriculture sector, he did a lot. Remember, even with the governor from Meru coming in later on, stabilizing not only the prices, but the market level for Kenyans was something significant that we cannot all, go dead silent. So, yes, obviously, nobody is denying. But remember also this, Uhuru was able to say, obviously, in many times, and even shocked us, one time when he was in Israel, that corruption in Kenya is almost impossible. And we asked, why would a head of state even say that? We questioned that because he was very frustrated by it too. Again, Uhuru was able to tell us that 2 billion is stolen on a daily basis. He was able to acknowledge and even allow such scandals to be unveiled. Not only that, be taken to court to be challenged. The political situation in Kenya was, at least it was not, it was challenged. There was a possibility of stopping even more mega corruptions. But look at the situation right now. Look at the situation right now. That is what we are fighting. It has gone. And the person that was stealing 2 billion a day is the person that now is the president. Okay. Now you can understand it's even more. So it's not like, oh, we never fought Uhuru. Uhuru was fought in all fronts. Ask Matiang'i. One time he was so frustrated, he said, Omtata was carrying files to the court. Anything they wanted to do was blocked. The government was so frustrated. A sitting president could not even win a BBI. So let's not think that, si tulipembelezanga Uhuru. Uhuru hakupembelezwa na mtu yoyote. Yes, a lot was stolen, but a lot was done to block him. But at the same time, he did not get that significant support that we are seeing from the ODM, whereby they rubber stamped everything that we are seeing today from the parliament, from the committees and everything. We had functional committees that they could sit down and talk. We have a speaker today who can just say somebody should not even come to parliament because he said something on the media. So that is why Ruto is being fought, because he's fighting the very systems that are supposed to check him out. The more you fight, reaction and action are opposite and equal. He's fighting us so hard, and it's coming back to him. So had he stopped and allowed functionality of checks and balances and accountability, we wouldn't be seeing this much. But you are seeing this much, and you will see even much, because we don't trust the courts. Somebody asked the other day, so where do we go? People are proposing we go to East Africa Court. Martha Karua went up to East Africa Court. What happened? Do we have to go to The Hague and wait for 5 years to get justice? And right now we are suffering. The reason why people are agitated and they are doing what they are doing, and they will continue even in a more scale, is because Ruto has stopped any functionality of accountability, and they are stealing en masse, and you know that. So Uhuru, yes, tall, accountability was a little bit there. And at some point, he was overridden many things. But look at Ruto. So as you say that, also compare the political situations we were. Thank you.
Okay, Nisawa. So can you react to to Orengo's statement. It was quite big. Kabla tupate wewe.
The truth is that we have all known up to now, and it's only a fool who can now deny that Raila died in India. And I think this thing is going to haunt Mama Ida and Winnie for a long time. The game they played to Kenyans, I don't know who convinced them to play such bad game. I mean, Sifuna has spoken how they went to India and how they were refused not to see the body in India. And people have started questioning how Raila died, and the behavior of Mama Ida taking that seat is questionable. Her behavior before Baba died, Yeye Nawanga saying careless statement, Baba is okay, enjoying his life somewhere, why are you worried? You know, those things will come to haunt her. It doesn't matter. I think now in the end, the dust is going to settle. And Mama Ida, as pofika mahali na Winnie, they sit down, they understand. You can never play politics of the dead with the people who want to use that for the next power by all necessary means. And they just say the truth so that the truth can always, because you cannot defend the truth. The truth will always be the truth. But the more they try to lie, taking up all these seats, because I can understand why that woman is taking that seat. You say you are 500 million in what? Your husband just died. You have a party that you inherited from your, because actually she's the one who is running that party. Thirdly, I believe the businesses that she and her husband have are bigger than this job that is being given. So I'm not sure what these people are trying to hide. But I think Orengo is single-handedly frustrated. And I don't think Orengo is saying this for political expediency. There is something that, you know, is hurting him, and he's looking at how the killing of Baba, allegedly, that's allegations from him. But for me, I've come to believe 100%. What he said it. If you could look at his body language, if you could look at you see, it's not him. Look at this. If you look at, there's a video that you need to play. I don't know if you saw it, Mr. Kip. Sudi was so bitter and say, first of all, ni watu wa ODM. Hii kitu ya kusema Baba aliuliwa, mnatakana huu mjadala muiache mara moja kwa sasa. Kwa maana kama mnaongea je huyu mjadala, urafiki yetu lazima uishe kwanza. I don't know if you saw that video. And I watched it like 10 times. I'm like, oh, why is this thing hurting Sudi all of a sudden? And you know, Sudi is a low-level man. There are things that will hurt him. And you will know there's a reason. There is a reason tied to it politically. And there is a reason it is tied to it. Why? With the president. Anytime Sudi reacts in that manner, you will tie that. You will tie that to the presidency and to Ruto. So what Orengo said, it will bring him down. It's going to bring him down. You know, at some point I was like, wow, Orengo, did you just decide to take your governorship away? They are going to go after him. But the good thing is history will absolve him eventually. And it might even absolve him faster than we may think. He has brought in a mjadala, a political mjadala, that Amisi has said it on TV. Let me tell you, the people who have spoken about this thing openly, if we were to take straight dots to form a straight line of what everybody has said in regard to the issue of Baba dying, you will come to know that Orengo hatajasema mbaya sana. There are people who have explained in depth, in bigger words that you can worry. The problem is, I think the modern media, the way it has reconditioned us is kitu inavuma saa hii, in the next meeting kine ikivuma tunasahau hii. Now, if we can bring all together what the leadership of ODM the leadership on the other side, and the people who went to pay condolences, including those who were extremely close to Baba, were able to say, you will start now. What Orengo is saying will come now to light. I don't think Orengo just comes out from nowhere and proclaims this thing. There is a deep, subtle cry within those who truly believe that no, this should not have happened. And if you see the rate at which Oburu has become an octogenarian, like, yes, Oburu was old, but the rate at which Oburu has become old in 3 months, it can obviously tell you that he's also going. And the people that obviously that must take over ODM, you've seen their proclamation, and this is and you saw him today. He's just showing every time that is completely headless. That's Mbadi. If you had the speech of Mbadi, you could even wonder how he was the chair of ODM and how ODM survived in all these years that Mbadi was the chair. That's a podium, and you will wonder in the board what was actually happening. So the people that sold Baba, you can see them in the podium. And Oburu does not even get that. Oburu does not understand. I think Oburu has eaten something that the Russians girls were eating, that his mind is not at the moment. Because if you look at how the behavior of Winnie, she wants to control herself and respect the uncle. But Oburu is not looking at the emotional antagonment that Winnie is sending. And obviously now people are coming out like Dennis Onyango, who made me laugh the other day. By the way, if it your Raila Nivile, it's not pieced together so that you can laugh. I saw Dennis Onyango the other day saying how close Salah was the best friend of Raila. And yet the daughter is saying here, no, stop this. And then for the first time now, Junior has come also about the same issue. I don't know if you guys saw it today. Raila Junior also, yesterday or today, also spoke about the same issue of Salah and Baba being close, say that's a baloney. That is not true. So the finishing of Baba was a well-oiled, choreographed machine that was so complex. And even to make it more worse, Mr. Njiru, I was so shocked. Did you even see this? And nobody questioned. Mama Ida saying, I don't know where the will came from, that Baba should be buried in 72 hours. That shocked me. Then you start asking yourself, what is happening? Did Mama Ida give out Raila honestly? Like this, like what Oburu is, what Orengo is saying, it's so painful that ODM gave up Baba before his time. If you piece up everything together, ODM had something. If you heard what Kalorio Mondi was saying with Jeff Koinange the other day, he said, look at all these people who are in the podium. They went out of ODM. They were almost in the cabinet. When Raila came from that meeting from, which was in Dubai or something, Raila refused to meet them in the airport because they were already in the government. You heard Kalorio Mondi speak about that. You saw that. So when Orengo painfully talks about it, bro, listen to it. I don't think Orengo, in all the years, sasa anakuja kufika 70, anaanza kukua wazimu kuongea vitu. You don't talk about the death of your friend indispensationally like that. And in a rally, because he's wondering who can honestly understand that our leader was killed by these people, and yet we are not doing anything. I told him not to do this. He went ahead. He has gone. Now this guy is taking our party. So that is the dilemma that Onengo is having. He is going to be impeached, unfortunately. They are going to use a lot of money. The rally failed today. If you saw it, if you saw the aerial, wachana hizi video ambayo mnaonyeshwa, the board has shown us the aerial view of this guy called Kevin, the aerial, the political analyst. He comes actually from CIA. He has showed us the aerial view of that rally and how it ended up prematurely. And one of their own people made a joke today, and he said, "You don't know what kind of power Oburu is asking." And I was laughing, and he said, "Oburu is going. Oburu, when he say he wants power, he said, Oburu anaamka asubuhi anashindwa kukojoa, anasema nataka power." He said, Oburu is going away. Unaelewa? And I was like, it's not a joke. That is the truth. If you look at Oburu and all the pictures that have been surfacing of Wanga showing him a picture of all these things, kuna ingine amevaa miwani goggles in Mombasa, you can almost see Ruto in his words, "Ntapeleka watu Bondo and ODM will be an existential crisis." It has come to fruition. Unfortunately, I think money and politics, we will never accept the truth. So Orengo, I don't know, he said the truth. I don't know how many people believe him. I know he will be bashed. I know a lot is going to happen. I know an impeachment motion is going to be put. I know Gumo today was Orengo bye, Orengo bye, Orengo bye. I know people are happy, but the reality is that Orengo doesn't care about that seat anymore. And by the way, on the record, Oburu has never won any seat in his life. Oburu has never won any seat. It has always been because of Raila.
How has he been a leader for all that time, from 1994?
Do you know that Karoli Omondi said from 1992 when the father died? No, not 92. That was 97. 97 or 98, something. 96, 97, 98 when his father died. And remember, Karoli Omondi said that in the hierarchy of ODM, we had people within the executive who could have taken over. Oburu was not even an assistant clerk in any office. How did he become there? He inherited that which was not supposed to be inherited. So, but let's focus on what Orengo said. Orengo, what said was true. He's going to pay a price for that, but it's going to be for a short term, but eventually he's going to be exonerated. But the larger Jaramogi family will never see eye to eye ever again. Ruth, I don't know about Ida. I think even Ida and his daughter politically things are going to be hot. I'm not sure. But Winnie, his brother and his auntie, remember Winnie was with his auntie in India. They need to come out and be honest what happened. But now her aunt Ruth has ganged up together with who? With Winnie. And you see it unfolding. So I don't know if they are going to now join Orengo while her mother is still going vetting in parliament. That's why I said, I don't know why that woman was going for vetting in parliament on Friday. It's so confusing. Anyway, tuachie hapo.
Okay, I think pumzika kidogo. So let's look at others as well. Ladies first, wewe utangojea kidogo, sijui kwa nini umejiita wewe, sijui ni kama unajidhalilisha, but it's okay. Julia, take the mantle and tell us what does today have to do with you?
Okay, yes, I saw what happened in Sifuna rally. I saw somebody died somewhere in Mbale or somewhere. Yeah, I think it's Mbale. Somebody was lynched by the mobs. And then I saw Sifuna asking the mobs, the crowds, not to go away and asking them to fight back. He addressed the police and all that. So this is my take. That should be the attitude. Unaona, I like the way you analyze this area, Njiru. You say that Gachagua and team should learn something. You say Ruto is a thug. And for how long? You can't treat a thug differently. A thug is a thug. The way, okay, I am not justifying mob justice, but if that man went there to cause chaos on behalf of Ruto, then he asked what came to him. He invited it. You see? So what I'm trying to say is that Ruto does not deserve anything like gentleman's attitude. Hana akombali sana. So I love the courage of Sifuna, and I love the attitude that he's taking right now. Now, about that, now I think now he has no room of coming back. You see, you see, he said something that Raila Odinga did not agree with Ruto that he was going to be attacking Kenyans with tear gas. Yes, Raila Odinga did not agree, but now like what PK was saying the other day, he should rise above that. Now he's called his movement Linda Mwananchi. No, sasa hakuna kurudi. Yeye sasa ni kama trailer iko kwa mteremko inateremka. He can't go back on his words. He can't go back on his words. Okay? The Kenyans expect him to protect them and to defend and to stand for them. And they expect him to continue going and going. Sasa, if Sifuna akiteremka akiendelea na mteremko, mimi sijui njiru kama tutafika 2027. That is what I'm thinking. Also, he has no room for taking us back. Anza kusema ati 10-point agenda, sijui 7-point agenda, sijui how many points agenda. Huko tulitoka kitambo. Jana tulikubaliana. I think that when we spoke here, we agreed that we are done with Ruto's promises. Ruto can promise or not promise. In fact, we say, even if Ruto now decides to construct all the roads in Kenya, we cannot forgive him. There's no going back. Even if he decides to connect all homes with electricity, hatuwezi msamehe. There's no going back. So penye tumefika, nile hakuna kurudi nyuma. So I hope Sifuna is aware of that. Because if he tries even to make a statement that we are talking with Ruto, that Ruto amesikiza sijui nini, he's done. All the efforts he has put in the last few days will be a waste of time. And he'll have wasted that momentum. So my take is that Sifuna ameingia kwa ile viatu. You are analyzing it, that you think that the spirit of Raila Odinga has entered Sifuna. Let me say this. I know a lot of people may think I'm being over spiritual, but when you work with somebody, their spirit gets onto you. Sijui kama nyinyi mumeona, those who have been in churches.
Elisha Raija?
Yes.
Elisha Raija moment?
Yes, it does. You know, I have been in churches and I have observed something. If you see a pastor preaching, na kona interpreter, most of the time the interpreter becomes the pastor and he continues to preach like that pastor. In most of the time. Sijui kama mmeona hivyo. If you see, Kenyan pastors preach with interpreters. Most of those interpreters become pastors, and if you listen to them, they preach like their masters. It is because the spirit of those masters get into them. The spirit of the spirit of your master can follow you. So, right, Sifuna is exhibiting the courage and the guts of Raila Odinga in the heydays of Raila Odinga. That is what he's exhibiting. And for Sifuna right now, I don't know. I think I don't know whether he's in his late 40s or he's in 40s. I don't know how
43.
Yes, he's in his early 40s. So early 40s, that's a young person. That's relatively a young person. It means we expect him to be in politics for at least for the next 20 years. We expect him to be in politics for the next 20 years. Now, saizi, we have a problem. We have a crisis. In fact, we have a crisis right now in Kenya. And the crisis is William Samoei Ruto. Now, we have reached a point that we really don't care what Ruto does. We don't care what promise he makes. We don't care which road he constructs. We just want him gone and out of Kenya. And I believe Sifuna knows that. Amesema, yeye anajiita, movement yake inaita Linda Mwananchi. Hakuna kurudi nyuma. It is like the Forum for the Restoration of Democracy in the late 80s. There was no turning back. The movement Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo, and Rubia decided to resign from Moi's government, there was no turning back. Even arresting them was not going to turn Kenyans back. There was no turning back. Hiyo ilikuwa train iko kwa mlima inateremka chini. There was no turning back. I hope Sifuna is aware of that right now. And I hope that the rest of the opposition is not feeling intimidated, but they can feel the spirit, they can smell the coffee, and they know where we are going, where we are all going. Kama ni mawe tutachukua. Wacha niseme sijui Kikuyu tunasemanga kubani la modu. Whatever will happen, I mean, I'm just trying to say that they should join in the efforts to restore Kenya and to deliver Kenya from King Majambazi. They shouldn't be looking at saizi. Njiri wacha niseme hivi. Right now, who becomes president after Ruto is not very important. It is important, yes, but right now, the agenda is to remove that corrupt, murderous government from power, to vote it out or to protest it out or to ask for their resignation. Right now, that is the most important. In fact, right now, they should put efforts from all corners. Akina Njiru Ndegwa, waende kotini. They demand for Ruto's resignation. They demand that him and his own government resigns. In fact, right now, they should go to court and demand EDHOCON to remove Ruto and team from the electoral ballots. Yani waweke pressure from all sides. And right now, we should have Kamukunjis every week, at least 3 of them, every week from all corners of Kenya. Not just from Sifuna. Tunataka kusikia. I hope akina Gachagua have learned something, that right now kumebelezana kumeisha. Niliwaambia juzi ile story ya mtu akikupatia slap at the right side unampatia the left side. Hapana, mtu akikupea slap unampea coffee mara 2. That is the only thing that works in Kenya. You double coffee yako. Una multiply by 2. Because that is what Kasongo is. He has no respect for human rights. He has no respect for Kenya. He's very disrespectful. And his signal is violence and bloodshed. Kasongo ameamini atawezi shikwa, awekwe gerezani. And it's people, Kenyans need to prove him wrong, that he can be arrested and jailed. You see what is happening to the prince in Britain. Prince mkubwa amewekwa, amekamatwa. I love the British. The British wameonesha the whole world what is they observing the rule. Hata kama nimesikia amewachilia, but at least they showed that even a prince can be arrested. Can be arrested by the police. Somebody who has been a prince before. So Kenyans should prove to the rest of the world that even a president in Africa can be arrested and sent to jail. That should be the agenda. Nilisikia juzi Sudi alisema kwamba ati ana persuade watu, anajaribu kuambebeleza kwamba wasikubali Kasongo ashinde kwa sababu Kasongo akishindwa wote watapelekwa jela. Sudi knows that they will all be arrested and sent to jail because these are criminals. These are people who plan crimes. These are people who incite people to shed innocent blood. These are people who finance bloodshed, who finance violence. These are people who have been looting from public coffers. These are criminals. These are jailbirds. These are jailbirds that should be jailed in a solitary confinement away from people, from human and animal habitation. And Sudi knows that. So mimi Njiru leo nimefurahishwa na Sifuna sana, na I hope anajua hakuna kurudi nyuma. Ni kama kuanza ile mbio. Sijui kama ushaona mtu ameanza mbio na amegundua anaweza shinda. Ushaona mtu akirudi nyuma akisimama kuangalia kama anaweza shinda. Ama they run to the end and finish and win. That is the Sifuna man today. So I hope akina Gachagua wameona. If me, I can see from far the direction Kenya should take. I hope Gachagua and team can see the direction Kenya should take. Now, history bado tunaongeleana that I'm the best suited for presidency. I think akina Kalonzo and akina Matiang'i, no. Yes, at least we want one of them to be president, and we have no problem with saying that they want to be president, but they should know that we have the most urgent thing right now is to remove Kasongo from power. Thanks, Njiru.
Yeah, I want to ask both of you a question. Maybe Budi can start first, and then we come to Julia. Now, I want to understand the interaction point with the other opposition figures. So, how should Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Matiang'i, Martha Karua react to Sifuna mobilization? I'm just like you are Gachagua. Sifuna looks like opposition. So, what should you take from what you are seeing?
May I react first? Okay, I saw that Sifuna aliaddress mpaka polisi, and I think because of his attitude yenye alichukua, hata the criminals that wamekuwa wamepangwa pengine kuinterfere with all that may have kept away. I also, there was a lot of mobilization, na ni kama wananchi wa Kakamega walikuwa wako tayari kupambana nao majambazi, something I don't think Gachagua people do. Mimi sijui kwa nini all the time Gachagua people, they seem to be found on na surprise. Why they are always surprised by the violence? For example, I don't know ni polisi wangapi walikuwa pale Othaya against the crowd. Those police wenye walikuwa narusha tear gas. Njiru, sijui ni polisi wangapi walikuwa pale against the crowd. And why the crowd ya Gachagua cannot react? That's a challenge. Hata kama Gachagua anajitanga son of Mau, atuonangi hiyo kwa wafuasi wake. Hiyo sijui, I don't know where that entered in Kikuyu land. Inakaa kauoga fulani tu hivyo, kauoga fulani. So kama mimi ningelikuwa Gachagua, ningeambianga Ruto na majambazi wake wadhubutu. Na nikiwaambia wadhubutu nikakuanga nimejipanga hata mimi. Kwani watadu? Yaani unaweza kuja kwa nyumba yangu uniweke vidole kwa macho na kwa mapua nikiona tu. Na ni something I can do about it. So Gachagua anaweza somo kwamba hii story kwamba anakuanga amepatikana kama hajajipanga, na kila saa tunasikia ati watu walivamia sijui wapi, sijui wakarusha tear gas and people ran away helter skelter. Hapana, tunataka kusikia kuna mtu, hata polisi mmoja alishikwa katandikwa kichapo cha umbwa, so that hata hao wajue. Let me ask you, Njiru, what is the ratio of Kenyan police to Kenyans?
Nasikianga we are 1 to 70.
Are you sure? No, it is 1 to thousands.
Oh, but I know polisi ni wadogo sana. Tumefika hata 200k. Wamefika 200k Kenya.
Yeah, it is 1 to thousands.
Wow.
It is 1 to thousands. Let me tell you. Now, let me say this. History, I just don't like it that kila saa Gachagua ako mahali anakuwa attacked and the people look intimidated. Na sasa hiyo unaonanga hiyo mob ni kubwa. Gachagua should do something about it. I'm telling you. Ruto is a thug, and he doesn't need to be treated like with respect. And also, those who work for Ruto are thugs too. And their signature is violence and bloodshed. Na mimi nasema waweke gia ingine. Saizi akina Gachagua waweke gia ingine. They have so many lawyers. They should take that to court. In fact, akina Eliud, akina Kanja wapelekwe kotini for all their attacks on Kenyans in the recent past. Wapelekwe. Si nimesikia Gachagua, niwaulize Njiru na Alex na wengine hapa. Gachagua ametuambia akona picha za wale watu walienda kuattack watu. He has the pictures of the people who went to attack people in Othaya. Why hasn't he taken them to court? Hatutaki hiyo story sasa ya kuambiwa niko na picha na video. Wapeleke kotini. Let them be taken to court, and then we can bring our Kenyan courts for not acting. We have lawyers. We have so many lawyers. Like in Martha Karua, they have a big team that can act and pro-act. They should act. In fact, you know that in the West, hata kuna private detectives, isn't it? kuna private detectives can do investigations. Now we have a team of lawyers. We have a team of lawyers that fight for Kenyans. Akina Martha Karua wako na team of lawyers that fight for Kenyans. They should take those thugs to court. They should showcase them. Waseme ni fulani. Hatutaki kusikia rumors. Ati Kashoko akisema kwamba ati niko na picha ya fulani. We know he has the pictures. Now let him take those thugs to court. Yani that is what I would do if I was Gachagua and akina Martha Karua and wengine. That is one of the things I do because they work on a pesa and they have people who are in Yamesoma, they have lawyers, qualified lawyers and criminal lawyers. They should gather enough evidence and take those criminals to court. Also, hii story ya kwamba ati mnaenda kwa mkutano mnakuwa attack. Gachagua aambie wewe jaribu, just try kidogo tu hivi. Utakiona. Because that is what Sifuna did. And guys, those who will be planning to attack Sifuna, they will be afraid. They will be terrified. That's my take, Njiru.
Okay, sawa. Budi, hold kidogo. Let's have neutral because naona neutral anakuja akienda. So neutral, can you react to what you saw today? And has your stance changed, especially because I know you are one of the person who thinks that we cannot have an election in Kenya. Do you think Sifuna might be the person we are waiting for?
Jiro, Alex, and Julia, and everybody else in the panels on the digital. I thank you very much for this participation. I think that.
Karibia mic kidogo.
Your audio is very far away, Eli.
Okay, let me try and change it. See if it works better. Mwanasikia sasa?
Okay, go ahead. Kama uko karibu.
By the yako mbali bado sana. Let him refix his. Hakuna mtu atamsikia kama si tuko hapa hatumsikii, tuna strain.
Speak again. Neutral speaker one, tukusikia?
Getting what I'm saying.
Okay.
Can you get me clearly now?
And now you're very audible.
Yeah, because I have two headphones here and one of them is quite fake. And so for me, this dramatics, these rallies and all that, they don't excite me at all. And it looks like as if I live in a utopia because I don't believe in these rallies because, for one, I know, and I've drummed this message here before, because I think these people are all together. There is no difference, because it won't be long before Ruto even tries to capture Kina Sifuna. Ruto is about numbers, and for him to fake his election victory, he will go for numbers. He has already managed to bribe so many people. And, I know that I listened to you very carefully, Njiru, today. You were very interactive and very passionate about your beliefs, and you even tried to ridicule and stop Kip from submitting his case. Karibu mfukuze Kip. Hey, niliona ulikuwa na ukora nyingine hapo leo, ulijam kabisa. And I know that it's reached that level. But I think what Kip was trying to negotiate with you was that when we are talking about numbers, this guy who came with the idea of tyranny of numbers, which was quite fake, until people believed in it and it was part of the rigging scheme. Now, when we believe these numbers that we see the rallies, okay, we also need to think, what is really happening? I don't want to be cynical. I know that these people are serious. They're really serious when they're saying that they're risking their lives in order to overthrow an illegal regime which is persecuting Kenyans every day. I know that these people are serious, but within that, there are people who are also snitches, they are there to complicate the whole situation. They will present themselves as if they are like Sifuna, and they're like all other people who are fighting to change the system. But it is easy for us to say this in these podcasts, but it is the truth, because we've seen it before. We're living in a long transition. This thing is not easy, but it's actually easy. What we know is that foreign governments are supporting Ruto, and they're doing it behind our back, and we saw what they did in the last election. They did the same on behalf of Uhuru Kenyatta and Mwai Kibaki. The foreign governments that we're talking about, they want stability. Anything they see in Kenya, they don't care. These guys will be swinging their wines and vodkas while they're thinking about the stability of the country. That's what they claim. I believe that these people are affecting our election system. And right now, I don't even think that it's only the Western countries. Even China are involved in this scheme. Recently, there was a big report about Chinese hotels. Without me being diversionary about this, that if you go to a hotel in China, be careful. Be very careful. Because most hotels in China have cameras, that are operating everywhere, including your bedroom in the hotel. These people have decided to land their espionage systems even in African governments, in elections. The African Union was plagued with Chinese cameras that were being controlled from Beijing when the new headquarters of African Union was built in Ethiopia. So this thing is not just about the Western countries. There are people, there are systems in other countries that are interested in who becomes the government leader, who becomes the head of the government in Kenya or any other country in Africa. This thing is not simply what we see in our country. It's a very hard thing. And those countries are competing against each other. When they see that this is the candidate country that we want to confuse and we want to get benefits from, they will compete to the end to make sure they have the right candidate. And then you can ask yourself, why were those American senators interested in Kalonzo Musyoka? Why were they not interested in, say, Rigathi Gachagua or William Ruto? These things are performed and choreographed in different countries around the world. I believe this. I might be wrong, but I think that when we're looking at our election system, we have to be sure what is it that we want. This is why a lot of people, including all of us here in the panel, we are saying that if it's not a landslide, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. We have to prove those people wrong, even the foreign governments that are trying to interrupt the form of election that we want to have in next year. That this thing has to be, yani hizi vitu za ujinga za kina Gashagwa, sijui Sifuna, all these petty things that sijui you're in this party, Raila was like this. I don't know. Some people were even talk about how Raila died. Did he die because he was assassinated? Sijui what? Kina Sifuna are spending time talking about things like this. Kina Orengo. Yet we know that what we want is to remove a system that is persecuting Kenyans. Let me come to this issue of how sijui, the AI of Raila's death, the artificial intelligence. We have seen a lot of footage, a lot of still cameras that were presented. Raila died on the 15th. According to the official story, the press releases and all that, plus the official statement of the Kenyan government, Raila Odinga died on the 15th of October. I think he was buried on the 19th of October because he wanted to be buried within 48 hours, or is it 72 hours? Something like that. Now, a lot of footage has been presented. There was one where, I'm saying this because someone mentioned Raila's death here, and how Orengo and Sifuna have spoken about it, that he was killed. There was some footage that showed, and a still image, that he was lying in a hospital bed. And this was actually in Kilifi, reverse images that were presented by international media like Agency France Presse, that's AFP, that this this picture of Raila Odinga was of Raila Odinga in 2017 during rallies in Kilifi. And that picture, if you check, it shows that this was Raila Odinga in 2017. You'll even find that picture in 2017 media archives. But it is the same picture that was used when Raila Odinga died, that people said this is the last picture of Raila Odinga. Now, we know that artificial intelligence is really problematic because people are trying to find answers to serious questions by using AI, to the point where it's becoming also like comical, it's a comedy. Yes. And I think that this is quite dangerous. The Americans even said the other day that in the artificial intelligence forum in Asia, that world governments will not be allowed to police artificial intelligence. That includes these pictures that these things, when they have been presented in the media, we believe them. Me, when I saw that picture, ya huyu mzee akilala hapo, that's the last picture. Me, I believe that's the picture of Raila when he was last seen in a hospital bed, is dead. Kumbe ni ya Kilifi. How do you explain that? How do you explain these things? So when people are getting to the microphone, like James Orengo, hyping up people that Raila Odinga was assassinated, I want to get the facts. I want to say that if it is true, it is true. But James Orengo, you are a senior lawyer. Is it true? So if it is true, tell us how it is true. Don't let us start at being suspicious that we're waiting for your real truth. This is what these politicians do. They want to tell us something, they tell us. So Njiru, hizi vitu ati sijui ati tuone video ya Orengo, yes. But why is he not telling us the facts from point A to... Yani, nyinyi mnasema ati mtu ameuawa Nairobi, ameuawa Kenya, alafu wakamsafirisha huko India ndio wamrudishe. Honestly, I hate Ruto so much because of what he has done to our country. But do you want me to believe that Ruto has done that? Yani, he has killed Raila Odinga, then he has transported his body to India. Alafu, he has done this thing where kina Sifuna are saying that they were not allowed to see his body. Honestly. So, yani, watu wanalia ati, why was Ida not there in India? Me, I don't want to know why Ida was there or not. I don't want to know these things. Me, all I know is Mr. Odinga died. That's it. That's all I know. But when we have these stories and we don't have a clear picture and we're thinking about removing Ruto from power, what are we doing? How is that helping us? How? We know when Robert Ouko died, the family were bribed, literally. This Moses Wetangula you see here at CG Speaker of Parliament, one of the most corrupt people. He was a family lawyer, him and this lawyer Oraro, yeah? The family lawyers of the Ouko family. During the Troon report that came out and the Robert Ouko Commission of Inquiry led by the Chief Justice then, no, he was Chief Justice later. I can't remember his name, Jerry or something, he died. He was from Embu, I think, okay? And that man led the Ouko inquiry. In fact, I attended. I was a young man. A lot of people used to attend this Ouko inquiry in Kisumu at the municipal hall. But back then it was called the municipal offices in Kisumu. And we used to, visit that place and follow the inquiry. It was an open session. People were allowed to get in. This Moses Wetangula, this one Wetangula, was bribed by Daniel Arap Moi, preceding the stoppage of the inquiry by Daniel Arap Moi. In fact, Moses Wetangula was nominated by KANU as an MP because he had so much information about the death of Ouko. The death of Ouko is not something that is rocket science. People know what happened because the pathologist decided to lie at TCG. Ouko burnt himself and then shot himself and then he died. There were things there were things that pathologist said that shocked Kenyans back in the day. So it made Kenyans think that this government does not even know how to lie during Moi's time. How kina Makto au watu wote kina Oyugi. But what happened then is, I think, what has happened now. If people are saying that Ida Odinga has been given a job to represent Kenya at the United Nations, purported international ambassadorial position, right? Ida Odinga has been given that job to shut her up or to make her go quiet. Fine, that is a speculation. It could be true. I don't know. But these things happened with the Ouko family. The family were funded. They were given lots of money to keep quiet, and they were very afraid of the Moi regime. In fact, I think the JM Kariuki family are one of the assassinated families that decided not to accept any form of bribes from government. But most of the assassinated families, you find that they have accepted bribes to keep them quiet. The word is not bribes. I don't know because English is not my speak, but there is something there which these security agencies in Kenya, they give the families to keep them quiet. So when we say that Raila Odinga was assassinated, I want solid proof that that is what happened, because that is a very strong statement to say, because I will look at things like this. I'm type 1 diabetic. Raila Odinga was diabetic. Okay, this man was, when he was in prison, he was tortured, right? And they even denied him medication of his diabetic condition. He had a few other illnesses.
Neutral,
okay,
capsize, eh?
but these top
Capsize,
people.
capsize.
What are you saying?
I'm saying converge, sasa. What
No, Njiru, you could be. You cannot stop me. You gave me time to make my submission, and I think I've been ranting about for like 12 minutes, maybe to the max, maybe 15. Give me another 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, I was just saying
Yeah,
that ili wengine wakuje.
I have to cover those things. So because I am responding to some of the issues that were mentioned, I want people to know that there is a possibility that this man, Raila Odinga, just died a natural death. But if there is a possibility that he was taken out by the state, then we need to know how this happened. It is not fine for someone like James Orengo of high caliber legal status can tell us all this, and then we just think it's not a market day rally, just say something that we will know these are the facts and this is how it happened. Why are you fearing to tell us the truth? Then you'll be going back having a drink with William Ruto, because we know this is what these Kenyan politicians do. Okay, so that's my rant about that. My last statement about the Ruto and the opposition situation in politics next year is that I feel that Ruto is very confident about, he thinks that he is developing the country. Yani, these rallies, this man, he thinks actually that he has brought people to understand that he's bringing some form of development. And the opposition are not doing something to reverse this claim of William Ruto. What the opposition are doing is they are excited. They're being populist, and they're saying things that don't really make sense to me. I want them to counter this stupidity that Ruto is saying that he's developing the country. This thing about roads, if you're building roads, that is part of the job of a government, to build roads. It's not something, you're not doing us a favor. You're building roads. They have to be built. Okay? And even Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore, when people said that this country was a failure, right? When Malaysia said to hell with Singapore in the 1960s, and a young Lee Kuan Yew, a lawyer, decided to build that country, right? And he did it with the support of the people. So what are we doing now as an opposition? We're saying some things that William Ruto, that's why William Ruto is able to say, ati angalia hawa, what do they have? Because he's seeing the opposition and he's not seeing substance in what they're saying. So these guys, they should start having substance, because a lot of them have been in government. Now, last statement for me is about Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua was there when Kina Albert Ojwang were being killed. All these people. Or was he not? If he wasn't, I would like to remind us to say that when people were being tortured by Kalenjin, spear and arrow wielding warriors in Sondu, in our place in Nyanza, those sides of Nyakach. And they were coming to market stealing cattle and spearing people. I'm talking about these last elections. Yeah? Who was in power after that election in 2023? There was one man who is the permanent secretary in security, this Raymond Omolo. Aluo, being used to torture fellow Luos by William Ruto. Hundreds of people were injured in those attacks. Luos responded. It's when you come to those sides of Kinasondu, it's spears and arrows, Luos and Kalenjin. That's all that happens there every election here. I don't think you guys in Central or any other part of Kenya do spears and arrows. It's only Luos and Kalenjins. To some extent, Kisis and maybe Kalenjins in Bomet, and maybe Masais. We have to find out, how is it that Kenyans now, who are now praising Ruto and Kina Raymond Omolo, and Kinagashagwa after the elections. That was something we have to forget. No. Thank you very much. I will listen to the rest of our discussions tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Asante.
May I ask Ellie a question? Ellie, just a brief question. You said that it's kind of you're not okay with what Akina Sifuna are doing, Gachagua. I mean, none of them. I want to ask you a question. Would you like Ruto out? Ellie, would you like Ruto out of power or to remain in power? Ellie, I was asking that question. Sijui kama unanisikia.
Yeah, the hibernated. Let's have Innocent. Innocent, go ahead. Then
Okay. When he comes back, I would like him to answer me that. And if he wants Ruto out.
He said he hates Ruto too much. So I don't know if hating Ruto too much, he still want him to be in power. I had that statement, disclaimer from him.
Well, if he hates Ruto too much and he wants him out of power, I would like to know how different he would do it. With from Akina, he doesn't want to happy. He's not happy with what Sifuna is doing. He's not happy with what Gachagua is doing. I mean, he's not happy with any of these people, any efforts they are doing. So I would like him to give us a different point of view, how he would like them to approach this fight, because somehow we must all decide how to get Ruto out of power if we don't want him in power. So maybe Ellie, when you comes back, you can give us a view. How differently would you do things from Sifuna, from Morengo, from
Okay,
Gachagua,
Julia,
from Kalonzo? Yes.
Julia, I get you. I completely want Ruto out of power.
Mm-hmm.
I sense that these people are trying to remove Ruto from power, but these people have been infiltrated by other they've been infiltrated. The politicians have been infiltrated by agents who even happen to be politicians themselves. We've seen this before, even way back through Moi's time. So I think that these people, they're beginning to wake up. I know that Sifuna is trying. He has the ability to carve out something to say this must stop. But I want to see a situation where it's an organized, strategic plan. Muko na weekly plan, daily plan, monthly plan. Munaona hii kitu lazima tumwangushe huyu mtu, si mchezo. Saizi kitu ambacho ninaona saizi, Julia, is Ruto is laughing at the campaign strategies of the opposition. We're always late. We are always late. Even in Raila's time, you find that things were happening in the last few months before the election, right? I want them, you asked me a question, how can they remove William Samoei Ruto? It is very easy. This person has decided to bring people from across the border, and he will use them as voters. This is one big thing. This is one big thing that needs to be frustrated. We know that there are people in Ruto's office. State instruments are being used to enforce rigging. These people should talk and do something about it, which will stop that happening. I'm not really worried about who becomes the leader right now, because I think now they're getting near there. I think they're nearly ready to get a leader. I can see it. I can see it. And I'm sure that it is possible to remove William Ruto from power. Okay? But the more we try, the more we try, the more we need to understand that the rigging system includes people being used to infiltrate the opposition. All African governments do this. Mostly anyway, they do this. They do friendly things, but kuna masniches hapo wanatusumbua, alafu ikifika kile the last moment of getting the trophy, removing this evil person from power, it's impossible. They make it look like it's not a rigging machine, but we all know it is. The media is part of the problem. This mainstream media, by the way, eventually now Kenyans actually dealing with the mainstream media properly. That one there, Julia, you asked me a question, and I think the mainstream media.
Okay, sawa. So, Mbudi, you wanted to react to something very quickly. Neutral, ni kama nimekupoteza. So, Mbudi, can you react quickly, please?
Kuna swali uliuliza na nani pia akaiuliza Julia. How come we saw in Kakamega the goons retreated and Julia was concerned, why is Gachagua allowing this to keep on going in the mountain? What can we learn? And if you look at it, it was very interesting. The Linda Mwananchi vehicle the day prior was stoned, and I think a lot of things within there happened. And at some point in the morning, they were not even sure if that rally was going to happen, because the way it was organized, it was so smooth. And at a very early time in the morning, what you saw was the borders, all of them went to one petrol station. And I think the people started fearing. But I think what the border did is something that the people of the mountain should also follow suit, because it looks like the border has become part and parcel of the electoral and the process of the campaign or the process of what? Of these rallies, through transportation or looking for support, so on and so forth. So the border has become part and parcel of our political system. Now, what they did was they played the other side. They took the reflectors, they went to the petrol station, they fueled, they finished, and they did not respond in any good or bad way. They were just doing what they ought to do to show the side that had hired them that they are willing to do. But after that, what did they do? They burnt the reflectors after getting the fuel, and they transported people to the field, and they became what? They manned at the Malemba Stadium. And I think Stone Picker has said here a lot of times, but I don't know if it's true. If money should be the factor that you must betray your brother, I think then the politics is going to become very difficult. I guess now your question should be answered is, how do we train the border within the region that we are living to stop being part and parcel of the goons? Because let me tell you, goons cannot come from somewhere and become so successful if the borders decide to man the area. So I think kudos to the border of Kakamega. I guess for me, they did a fantastic job, more especially banning those reflectors completely and telling them, look, Apa Atutaki, after the rally, we still want to live in peace. We don't want to show that we were part and parcel of this. Sisi ilikuwa ni welcome our son and daughter. The question is the mountain able to do that? Sasa wewe ndio utatuambia, because I think there's something Stone Picker said several times, that the love of money sometimes makes democracy very difficult. If we are going still to take their money, it's going to confuse us. So can we take the money and betray them, or what can we do? I think that is the discussion that we can have on another day. But what we saw was classic, that you can toe their line, you can lie to them, but I don't think that is going to be sustainable in the future, because now they are not going to be hired, they are going to use other tactics. But if they use the same tactics, Gachagua can now overpower them if the people on the ground are not going to be part and parcel of the goons. But if the people around just love money and they just want to do it, that's their problem.
It's like you are talking of some hyper patriotism show of the citizens, especially they know that we are dealing with a bad leader here who is having power. So it's like citizens managing power. It's advanced. I agree, Budi. That one is advanced. Innocent, take it.
Oh, Kakamega people. Kakamega did wonders for us. I don't know whether to comment or not to comment about
Kwanza lecturers wamemaliza strike.
hiyo inakuja ikienda sasa, tuko tu sasa tunafunza, lakini pesa hakuna. Si unajua wale watu wa huko juu wanadanganywa, wanapatiwa kidogo, sisi tunapatiwa tu omena. Watu wanakula wambudha huko.
I was telling people yesterday that lecturers actually were in strike for how many months and nobody understood that.
2. Hata saizi ndio watu wanamaliza semester ya December mtihani. So people are behind. Anyway, is it Lewis ama mumuita aje? Mwenye atake ku appreciate even the smallest things.
Belfast.
Belfast. He should appreciate even the smallest achievement that Kenyans are doing. For me, I appreciate kama kuna kitu moja yenye inafanya Kasongo aende to the drawing board, I give a thumbs up for that, and especially when Gachagua, Kalonzo, Wakina Matiang'i are not involved, that he is able to get another challenge from other quarters. To me, it's a plus for us. Number one, Alex, what Kakamega people did, number one, is that they organized themselves, wakasema, any goon mwenye ataonekana huko, especially from within Kakamega, mwenye ataenda ndiye anaenda kuchapa hawa watu wao, ajue jioni anaenda kulala wapi. That was number one. Wewe you get the money, furuga mkutano yetu, but ukirudi jioni mahali unarudi, tujue unaenda kulala wapi. So the people from within Kakamega walikataa kukuwa part of the goons. Number two, wakasema those ones who are coming from outside, since we know one another here, tukiona mtu wote mwenye nakuja goon kutoka nje, then tutadili na yeye. Number one, how? Basi yoyote yenye inakuja from outside ilete idrop mtu, hiyo ndio tutaanzia nayo. Gari yoyote yenye itakuwa inabeba ya matatu itabeba watu kutoka outside ikuje, hiyo ndio tutadili nayo. And that's why most of the principals, most of the head teachers could not allow their buses ibebe watu kwenda Kakamega. So that is one of the thing yenye Njiru, mlikuwa muuliza Njiru, Gachagua anatakikana kutumia, so that people are not transported, because we've heard that Gachagua complaining that watu wenye walikuwa wametoka sijui wapi, wametoka wapi. They should linda inji now. The wananchi should linda wananchi wengine wao. Churches sisikuwe ama tiaga sisirushwe kwa church na kuna watu wanaweza linda hiyo church. It's something sasa Sifuna amefunza watu how to do it. Basi yenye inaonekana ikileta ikidrop watu, hiyo basi haitaenda. Walikuwa wamesema tutatoboa miguu zote, hiyo basi itabaki hapa na tutaichoma. So nani angekubali basi yake iende huko? So those are some of the schemes that walitumia. Number 2, walisema gun mwenye atakuja kama umejifunika uso, ukikuja tunakufunua uso na tutakupiga picha na tutakushika, tutakupeleka huko mbele kwa kina Sifuna uonekane na all the media, all the how do you call them, online people, wote utachukua picha na utajulikana wewe ni nani. So hakuna njia walikuwa nataka kuficha mtu ama gun wote mwenye alikuwa anakuja, hata whether you are covered ama not covered, ungeshikwa, unashughulikiwa kidogo na unapelekwa huko mbele. That's why uliona watu wakishikwa wakipelekwa huko mbele waenda kushughulikiwa. That was a plus also. Number 3 we said this in the morning Njiru, tukasema if the leader is bold, if the leader ama tear gas ikirushwa na asitoroke akaa huko a give orders, then even watu hawatatoroka, because watu wanatorokanga because watu walikuja kusikiza the leader, na tear gas ikirushwa kwanza wanataka kuevacuate the leader. Wakievacuate the leader, watu watabaki nini wakifanya kama wamekuja kusikiza nini? So that's why Sifuna, what he did was so ingenious in that alikaa na akasema like now I'm seeing our majensi wakitrend kwa mitandao zao wakisema there is a new way now of kuzima hiyo tear gas. From today hatutaenda na simu peke yake, tutakuwa tunabeba also the coats, tunabeba majackets, so that tear gas ikirushwa unaifunika na mnaendelea na mkutano. So you see they are learning many ways of dealing with the tear gas. Inarushwa lazima imefika hivi, usiwache ati itoa ile moshi, ifunike hiyo moshi kufia huko ndani. So these are the tricks that they are getting, so that they are able to do what is necessary, especially to the askari sama nini. Na niliona askari especially wenye walikuwa huko na walikuwa wanataka kutemba with the meeting, hata hao waliambiwa watashughulikiwa. So they were not able to disturb because kila mtu aliogopa, kila mtu alikuwa na simu. Ukitaka kama wewe ni askari ama wewe ni gun, everybody walikuwa wameambiwa unashika simu yako na tunapiga. Kama utashikwa from this side, utashikwa from the other side. Kama utashikwa from this, so kila mtu alikuwa ndio photographer on that ground, and they were able to do it. Lastly, hiyo meeting ya, if you compare meeting ya Siaya na meeting ya Kakamega, number 1, if you saw the leaders from let me say Kakamega, wakinoparanya hawakuenda to Siaya, and you can ask yourself why. Number 2, ukiona these days Simbarati is not tangu Sifuna atolewe, Simbarati is not joining them. Simbarati anaitwaje, Oparanya amekata, and today hata governor wa Mombasa also hakuwa join. You can ask yourself why the number is reducing, and that's why sasa hizi watu wenye wana address the meeting ni wakina wanaitongaje, kimbi na wakina 1 hour ati ndio wanapatiwa podium ati address watu, because now people who could address watu na wasikize na wakina Sifuna, wakina Osotsi, and they are not there. So watu saizi hata wataki kusikiza maneno ya watu, ni only people maybe wanasikia ni wakina Wanga na tunataka power. And they are not even convincing people. Ukisikia vile wanaongea hiyo group ya Siaya, they are not convincing people. Na I've looked at the photos zenye zilipiwa at Siaya meeting yao, hardly haikukuwa na more than 300 people. Ukiangalia mali walikuwa wameattend, if you look from the I don't know whether they call it from air view ama wanahitaji kutoka juu, ukiangalia hiyo picha there were hardly more than 300 people wenye walikuwa huko. Atandi peke yake ndiye alijaribu kukusanya watu na akawalipa na wakakuwa huko, but whatever they tried to do haingeweza kufaulu because what they wanted to say ni kutaka kufukuza James Orengo, na watu huko wamekataa, wamesema kama hiyo ndio maneno mnatuletea hatutaki, and they were chased from there. One person died at Kakamega, unfortunate. I think ni wakati sasa tutam walianza kupatana hapo, ni njiani sasa, wakianza kumove away, wakienda from one town to another, ndio walipatana wakaanza kupigana njiani, and one person was shot dead. That is the only casualty, but hatujajua ni I had people saying ni mtu wa Tinugun. It's not a gun, ni walikuwa napigana wawili, two term na one term. But what Njiro I'll say, hapa kama hapa ndio tumefika whereby that ukikuwa na meeting yako kama ni one term, kama utaki kuattend meeting ya one term usiende huko, kaa nyumbani. Kama unataka kuattend ya two term, enda uattend na uache watu kama wewe ni one term, waacha watu wa two term waende waattend meeting yao, so that each and every person give their views, wajaribu kupata wananchi ama kuongeza umati kwa kampu yao. But I don't think it's right for any camp kwenda kudisrupt the meeting ya wengine. Me, what I'll say, kama ningekuwa Ruto ningewacha kama ni one time wanakuwa na meeting yao, singekuwa hata narusha tear gas. Waende wafanye vitu zao, what they want to do, wamalize waende. Kama ni two time waende wafanye kazi yao, wamalize. And that's how we are going to grow. But one thing, Sifuna is the new catch, is a new sheriff in town. For the next 1 month, tunaenda kuona what the Sifuna wave is going to do. And niliona alijaribu ni kama hataki kuongea, but ni kama anataka kukubali kukuwa one of the presidential candidates 2027. But nasikia huko nyuma they are trying to come up with a party, na hiyo party inaweza launchiwa on August. So kuna kakitu kana kuku huko nyuma, so we don't know, but we are still waiting. We don't want to release the information. Let's wait and see. Thank you, Njiru.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. We were with you here in the morning, and we can say like, sure, we can see some light at the end of the tunnel. You know, in the opposition politics, anything which seems like it is glowing your candle, we usually are very jubilated with it. So saa zingine kuna watu wanauliza mbona hao watu wanafurahia, what is the end game? Remember, in politics the most important thing is energy. Hata kama hakuna pali mnaonekana mnaenda, because hiyo energy ndio strategy. Haya, Stone PK.
Thank you Njiru, na mwalimu hapo, and Madam Julia. Alex ameenda, and I really wanted to ride on on a submission about comparison. The swali akikujibu the question about why is it that, you know, Kakamega has done it that way, Kakamega way, and Central seems not to get it. I wish Alex was here, because I wanted to tell Alex was too economical with, although he quoted me, but he was too economical and diplomatic from giving you the real answer, you know. No, nilitaka Alex akupasulie bahasha vizuri, ukae na hiyo check ukijua, without second guessing what is in it. Sasa Alex amekupakapaka mafuta hivi.
PK, kwani
Yes.
nyinyi nasikia mnajitanga ati nyinyi ni watoto wa Maumau. Kwani Maumau nini? Maumau
unacheza na wale wapaku mauji wewe.
Mouth shake. Eh?
Julia sasa nataka kuambia hao wanaume wachana nao, usiseme uko ati protected. Hii wanaume ya Central hakuna kitu, hakuna kitu. Let me tell you Julia, that's why I was a bit meandering because nimecheka yangu yote. I've been telling people here, hakuna ati ile bravado in Central, hakuna. Mkikuyu hawezi pigana vita mahali imewekwa pesa, it's impossible. Ukitoa pesa yes, but uweke pesa pale alafu ati unaambia ende vita, oh my god. Anaenda step 10 anarudi 8 nyuma, I mean 12 nyuma because of the word money. Central people have no resolve, and I say this, people think I hate Mulima. I'm from Mulima by proxy, but the truth be said, because what is it so special that Kakamega did? Seriously too, other than resolving, wakasema sasa kama ni mbaya in its true sense. I know Innocent has tried to explain, like they were inspecting and all that. You can't tell a goon until that goon does something, but you have to precondition. You have to set conditions in your compound and say kama unakuja hapa in good faith, uje ukiwa tunakuona mchana na uje upige hodi like the way Tanzania is. In Tanzania ukishuka mahali popote pale, you are known. They have that system. Kakamega invoked that system 2 days ago. Wakasema sasa kuprotect is real protect. Watu wengine walikuja na mapanga. Of course, we don't want to go there. But if that is the way to do it, which will be very bad, by the way, it's something that country and Ruto will not be able to reverse it if it goes that way. Because it will graduate from mapanga na marungu to you know what. For me, I'm happy that it succeeded and that was set that way, but I fear the projection. I fear and I sympathize. I feel so sad that we would degenerate into that level because we will go into the level of protection. I'm protecting myself. Now protecting myself, you know what that means. You know what that means. Tutaingia mpaka kwa those protection ndio inakujanga inakuwa gang war because sasa inakuwa you have 500 goons, I also have 1,000 goons and I'll call mine differently. I'll not call them goons, I'll call them whatever. Anyway, ndio nimalize hapo. So what actually happened is that there was that resolve and then the commander in chief is a bravado. Unaona, Sifuna si muoga, Sifuna si sitaki kutumia ile jina mbaya. Sifuna ni full man, ni mwanaume. I would quote Raila in some things. Ni mtu akishika hivi shika sehemu fulani inajaza, yani inashikika. It's somebody who has completeness of what men talk about. Because somebody saying hiyo imetupa hapo msitoke tuendelee na meeting. You know what that means? You know, when they throw that canister watu wanaanza kukimbia. So once you start running, then you cause a pandemonium. And that ends the meeting, and then they'll throw more and more and more. That hiyo ndio sasa huwa wanafanya, but security wise they were beaten to their game, which was fantastic. That was a super score for the team. All right, and the commander was hard, and commander angeanza kujifunika na makifuniko ati na mabodyguard anatolewa kwa platform, all of them would have scattered, but he was there bare chest saying shika hiyo kitu, funika na jacket. I laughed mpaka nikacheka nikatoa machozi. Yani kanisa imetumwa anasema funika hiyo kitu na jacket na tuendelee na meeting. I mean, it is one of the best quotation of the day. So juxtapose that with Mulima. Juxtapose with Mulima, you get 1 now anapata 0. Okay, number 2. These people who are bought, we saw them. Okay, clips was being shared with us and all that. People fueling wakiwa very composed na wanaongea, wanasema wacha tukunywe mafuta na hizi jacket alafu tuende job. Job gani? Tuende kwa one term. Sisi ni watu wa one term. I mean, that is beautiful. Ingekuwa ni Central, ungesikia enda mkule ng'ombe ina what do they say? Ati ya changu ikufe na maziwa, mwende mkamue. And in Central they don't know how to kamua and change and go back and join the right force. Ni kukamua na kuenda kudisrupt. Because they always say unajua sisi we are very honest people, we don't like to let you down. When we promise you we are going to disrupt the meeting, that is what we do. They believe in once they take the money, it's like they have taken an oath. Okay, so you do not expect to see anything in Central that you saw in Western in terms of linda wananchi rallies. Hiyo tuachane hiyo kabisa, and I don't know whether they will be able to learn and practice. Innocent, unajua, you don't teach me today and then by immediately after 30 minutes I start being like well, exactly what you've taught. So you know somebody has time to go practice nini na nini vitu kama hizo. That's why people are given exams and the exercises that they do to be tested on whether they have understood whatever is being taught. So you will need a lot of time and a lot of talking and a lot of what we call talking with certainty, finality. Si kusema Mungu ndiye atatuprotect hapo. Kakamega wangeanza kusema ni Mungu ataprotect hiyo rally, they would not have done anything. Okay? And I don't know why people think when you say tuache maneno ya maombi kwanza, tufanye tupombe tukue na nguvu. People think like you are saying you are being anti-religion or what. If you put too much religion in some activities, unaumia. Now, the only disappointment I had with today's meeting, actually there were two. One, when they said they'll postpone the meetings because of it. This is always what we have always had. Problems, reasons, genuine reasons that look like genuine coming our way when we are having a climax, when we are about to win a battle. There is always an invocation of something that looks like, it is genuine. Because like now when people say, our brothers, the Muslims are fasting, we cannot do that. We are not calling them to come to Maandamano. We are not calling them, but we can tell them you will join when you finish your fasting. So when ukizima hiyo moto under that hiyo excuse, unaanza kutupatia ile inaitwa playwright ya Raila Amolo Odinga. That set me aback a little bit, and that's my opinion anyway. It doesn't need validation, but I felt deflated a little bit because you can imagine that is giving Kasongo a lot of mileage. When he had started scratching his head, his people will start strategizing, they will study, they will do this. And by the time we gain momentum again, we will have to start very, very afresh, with a lot of maneno mingi. That speed we had gone with. Because what happens, this is whatever happened in Kakamega, it is success. It is a success that translates to another. Like now when they say the next is a point, let's say Busia or wherever, wale wanaanza kuprepare to outdo Kakamega, which would be to our advantage. That is what happens. Watasema hata sisi kwetu Kakamega vile mlifanya na sisi tutaprotect, and that would be total sum of very successful wave that would even chase Kasongo before we even think. But now when we take breaks, itakuwa ni kama zile za baba. Mnafanya hivi, climax, mko ready, then you have these things coming in. After Muslim Eid utambua kuna national day. It's not patriotic. It's supposed to this week. It's XYZ. Those things will never stop. They will never stop being there. So you got to do what you got to do, because what we are doing si sherehe. It's not what we are doing. See baptism, marriage ceremony. No. It's struggle for freedom. So struggle for freedom. You even don't go to church if there is no time to go to church. Yeah, it's a war. Unless people think ni sherehe tunafanya, basi sasa hiyo ndio italeta disappointment kidogo. All right. The other thing was the other thing I observed was that now these people, because they have very good platform, they need some. I keep on saying they need a group of people. I call them thinkers, strategists, people to really, kind of start structuring what they are going to sell to the people. And I want to say this with all due respect to all of them, that they need, whenever they go, that they have what it takes to counter all the garbage that is being sold by Kasongo. If you don't do that, utakuta, because even the youth, they want to hear, they want to hear something very, very, very impacting. Yeah, muna dismantle, like how Gachagua dismantles Ruto. You pick one of the things, like now you pick Sha, you hammer it again to wananchi, like hapo Amaleba, unawaambia, hata unafanya example, unauliza hapa wewe saa hii ukigongwa na bodaboda, how much uvunjike mguu, how much ama ni family itaanza nini, and then you research, you also have live cases. Like now you can imagine in such a meeting, a boda victim or a lady who had, or anybody, pick a real case scenario, and you have the document. And you have to appeal to the emotions and make it real, and you should be seen like you are abreast. Because ukimaliza hiyo meeting tu na tialala na warembo mvua, marembo nini, itakuwa shida. Yeah, they are capable. And then I liked the way Sifuna handled it. He did not ropokwa, like take at ni kama yeye ana take lead and all that. He really played a very good team way of what we call team playing. And also the pressure people are putting on him, that he is the next, he's a presidential candidate. They want to push him so that he declares. Never ever, one of the rules, successful rules, don't pronounce yourself in anything called leadership. No, don't. No, you want. Yes, you want. You can have all the indications, but let you not be the one to say, I am X, Y, Z, I'm doing this and that. Yeah, because itatokelezea tu. You will have seen posters, watu wanaimba, even those who are talking hapo, walikuwa already wanasema Sifuna for presidency. And I love the way he took it. So that, wacha nikome hapo, and then we can continue to deliberate on more. Thank you.
Okay, sawa Stone PK. I think that one is quite up. I really wanted you in the morning when it was a bit hot, but ni sawa, umekuja na umetuchemsha kidogo. So maybe Budi, before I get Roba, do you want to?
Let me correct something which Stone PK just said. Let me correct him.
Correct?
Yeah, about the break. They say they are taking a break to Mombasa, not the other places. It's only Mombasa. They say after that they go to Mombasa.
No, Roba, they are suspending because of the Ramadan, unless you missed that. Sorry?
They say they are suspending. Could have gone to Mombasa next. They go other places. Meanwhile, and Mombasa they go later after the Muslim have finished their celebrations.
Oh, so you are saying they will go to other places other than Mombasa?
Yes.
Maybe I didn't get that one. Then which is the next? Did they say what the next place?
Yeah, they said Narok, Kisii, Migori.
Yeah, but how about date? The date, did they give?
No, they are not giving the date. They don't. We don't know where they are going next. So that from there, but Mombasa was summer. They go after the Muslim.
Oh, okay. I thought they had suspended that the whole country at Ndugu Islam. No. With all due respect, anyway. But
Yeah, so they were out to Mombasa. He said that. I mean that's my understanding. I might be wrong.
Yeah, Mudune
Other
is
than-
also amplifying the same. Okay, Robo, unaweza relax kidogo. I want to
Yeah,
have a
that's fine.
small
That's fine.
discussion
Okay.
between Alex and Budi. Can you now have an exit point na hiyo story ya Mlima sasa?
No, mimi nitaka tu kukosoa Stone. Stone amesema slogan yangu vibaya. Babu inasemangi warembo mbwa, hawaitangi mbwa, anasemanga
No,
warembo
nimesema mfua,
mwa.
warembo mfua, not mbwa bwana. Hey, unakaa kuwa mwanasiasa. Hey,
Haya.
hey, wewe don't misquote me. Unajua mi I'm
But
a
still
national figure nani.
umeisema kama Bumeru bwana.
No, I'm not a Meru. Neither can I make that accent problem. Me I'm
Nimesema
Mambere.
wewe ni Bumeru, nimesema umesema kama.
Nilisema mfua, ni wewe hukujua. Hukusikia vizuri.
But ni mwa.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mwa na mfua is all of them the same.
Giving them a kiss. He's usually give them a kiss. He's like, that is
Those are not necessary. These are serious people now. They should move to another.
You are trying to grow him from a teenager now. We are no longer doing teenager stuff.
Should you know
But on a serious level,
slated for very serious things.
On a serious level, you have always said this, and I think the high time. I mean, we learn from true honesty, which sometimes can be very difficult. When you always say that, Mulima, it's very difficult for us because we love money. I mean, you people must take stock and actually ask, why should you betray? Especially in the church, I mean, because we have seen these events being disrupted, and it's not people coming from maybe other areas. They're just the same people around, paid, and just one day, not even they are in a payroll, and they end up disrupting your own livelihood, your own future, your own politics, and you buy it. I think it's a high time, as Stone said, it's not as difficult as we may think. They just made a decision that we are not going to do that nonsense here. And, to my surprise, and I mean, those people had marungus, man. At some point, niliona wamebeba marungu juu nyingi sana mpaka nikashtuka bana. Say hapa kutaumana vibaya sana. And then whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or bad, and for me, I don't regret it. The idea of dealing with the goon right there, for me, was good because this issue sometimes of people thinking they can just throw canister hizo vitu kwa watu, not even the police, because sometimes people are given to go do that. They are paid. It's very wrong. So somebody like that, I think he should learn that, look, this is not a sustainable job. And anybody planning in the future kudanganywa kuwa watu wako tu kwa mkutano hivi watu wamejaa, then you decide kutupa. And I think Sifuna, I think, brought, and as Gachagua used to give us so many slogans every week. Sifuna ameanza mimi ndio Sifuna. But what I learned today is zima hiyo kitu mkutano iendelee. I think that should be the slogan. Ama zima huyo Ruto Kenya iendelee. Somehow lazima tuzime kitu, lakini mkutano itaendelea. I think we must forge ways to also help him in his narrative. But I think the punchline was, hatutoki hapa leo, zima hii kitu mkutano iendelee. Even though he ended up to be vulgar later on, I think it's okay. I mean, you can be carried by emotion. Hata kama Njiru alishindwa kusema ile mambo mbili alisema, it was. But the funny part was wakati anasema ni kama bangi ya jana. Nikashtuka nikasema, kumbe hata yeye anavuta bangi kama
But Alex, kwa nini mnachukua bangi ni mbaya?
Sijasema bangi ni mbaya. Nani amekwambia nimesema hivyo? So mimi nasema nilishtuka kuwa watu wa bangi ni wengi. Sio
akina Celestia, akina Sifuna.
Tuko wengi, hata akina Juliana, akina Stone PK.
Wewe uoni hapo Njiru vile anafanana Wajakoya.
Wengine it's worse than real bangi, my friend. Hiyo utaita nini?
Hiyo ya dreads za Njiru za Wajakoya.
Eh? We hiyo ya kusema, we Alex, sorry to cut you short. Hiyo ya mtu anasimama anasema funika hiyo kitu na jacket na tuendelee na mkutano and he's not moved. Utasema yeye amevuta nini?
Walai, and it happened. You know, I thought it was a joke and nobody moved. Nobody
I'm calling him a
like,
commander.
yani, we have
That was
been
a serious
reconditioned. We have been reconditioned. Ikitupwa tunatoroka.
Yes.
And then unajua hawa Gen Z wamenifurahisha. If you check their comics sometimes, like, mazee, nimegundua the biggest and the best weapon kubeba kwenda si maji ni jacket. Next time kila mtu akuwe na jako. Hii kitu inazimwa hivi. Like, having the way they are just making it funny.
That tutaenda
Kila mtu
meeting na
anunue
oversize
jacket
jacket mnani Alex. Tutakuwa tunazinunua Kikomba, tunaenda na hizo ma oversize jackets.
Bwana, saa hii maneno ya kunulia watu maji imeisha. Tukienda mkutano watu wanuliwe jacket.
I'm happy, man. That's
So let me ask a question. So Stone PK, attacking a church, the way like Gachagua has like been attacked 2 or 3 times, and defending a stadium, which one is complex to defend?
A stadium. A church you can condone. You need less than 200 people. A stadium you need almost 1,000. A church is the easiest. Unaangalia kwa gate. Kwanza hiyo Land Rover ya polisi ilipokuwa inakuja ama ni Land Cruiser, seriously, if you had people protecting. Si mnakaa huko wengine hata mko kwa bush. You even you come and even arrest those policemen that were hiding there with the bullets. You come from behind. Mnawashika.
Mnachoma hiyo Land Rover.
Yes. Yeah.
Hiyo unaona mimi PK nimeshangaa. Bona every time Gachagua team ndio wametorokea kichakani. Since when?
Ujinga tu. Anyway, sorry Alex, we've taken your time.
Okay, that one is okay. So there's something that you know I want to blend these things together. So do you think like now, based on what Sifuna has demonstrated today, because that was in large scale, do you think now Gachagua has a reason kukuja kulia tena? He has been attacked.
Saa hii mimi hata ningeambiwa nichague president leo ningevotia Sifuna. Atatengeneza huko, atajiunda huko mbele, atalan on the job. Because of that bravado.
And yes. PK Nanjiru, from now hence there is no running away. You deal with them head on.
Exactly.
Wachape kichapo cha umbwa.
Yeah.
Fire for fire.
Me, that's my nature.
Yeah. From Gen Z wamesema from now henceforth just try us. Nimeuliza Njiri, what is the ratio of Kenyan policemen to the population? Nikamwambia it is 1 to thousands. What is the ratio?
And by the way, the policemen don't do these things. It's the goons who are hired. Trust me. So the whole issue is not even the goons have to learn. Ule jamaa alichapo huko, alikuwa kwa polisi, alikuwa goon. Ameonyeshwa vizuri vile ameruta hiyo kansta. Paka hao wenyewe wakasema muachane sasa. Ngoja wachane, wakamuokoa.
Mwenye amepelekwa binguni.
So the whole issue is not even the police. We cannot even have a discussion about police. We know that
Alex,
the people who do these things are goons.
Alex, I think we have to blame the police. They are around the goons to do what they are doing. Kwa sababu, if the police were doing their job, and that's where I'm coming from, why is it that we are talking about goons in a democratic country where we feel like democracy?
Because Ruto had decided to use the goons. He's using the goons. He's not using the police. So how do we stop him? By dealing with the goons.
Yeah, so the next thing, in fact, you are. So the next thing is, from what happened in Kakamega, I think the best thing is to send a message. But what we have been saying here before, we said we needed someone who, when they fight, we fight back. That's Sifuna is the guy who's fighting back. Nana. So we wanted a candidate who can fight back. And we have got that candidate. Like I said it yesterday, the day before, a few weeks ago, still, I have you on this network. I gave you my candidate with Alex. You remember when I said I think he should be on top of the ticket with somebody else. But at this point, I think it should be easy to be a compromise. I mean, like for the opposition to have a compromise, like to compromise on him, so that there's no infighting from Atiangi, Caronso, or the other group. If Sifuna could be that candidate who can bring them together, that would be okay. But I'm
nilikuwa
saying,
nasikia kunanuka na naona huko mlango imefunga.
Hey, Stone
Sema bwana.
PK. Wacha hii
Stone
maneno. Wewe
PK.
angusha Stone PK hapo na hiyo kunuka yako.
Yeah, like I was
What's
saying
going
before.
on?
Yeah, so what I was saying was this. What happened was every day we learned something from Sifuna. I mean, at this point, his candidacy, if he's one of the people who will be on the ticket, let's say he is. I'm telling you what you are saying, those numbers don't lie. People want change at this point, and they want change with the new generation. So Sifuna and the other people, they bring that one on the table. So what if you compare both sides, what happened in Siaya and what happened in Kakamega, it's 360 degrees. Sasa mtu anakuja hapa kama tunataka power, we are talking about power and sharing. I mean, people should ask, they are not talking about it. Look at what happened in Kakamega. They were talking about issues, about people's issues. In Siaya, they are talking about them grabbing power so that they can be powerful. And that's the two different narratives. So I don't know whether these guys should keep on saying OTM what. I think if someone could have advised them, they should find a way, get out of there, leave their OTM, the other group. Then from there, I think they started like something new. You don't want to go talking of OTM until at the end of the day, then this OTM is like it's the other way around. They might not even get it if they already surrendered the certificate and other things. How they should form a different group. But at this point, for me, I think the OTM thing narrative, they should find a way to do away with it, because at the end of the day, people don't care. People from the mountain, they don't care about OTM. They just want to see Sifuna. If we see him, he can change the narrative right now to make it like a national thing. I think that's the way to go, to prepare for 20. This time, it's like Obama time. When Obama came out, it was like a joke, and they ended up being a president. This is Sifuna's time. Somebody has to advise him. This is the right time for him. So I'm looking forward to be one of those candidates who everybody can say, you know what, I'll trust him. He has been consistent. That's the most important thing. He has been consistent for all this time, from when Raila was still alive and when Raila died. But the so-called Oburu, I never seen Oburu on maandamano. Sijawahi kumuona. I've tried to go on the videotapes. Hakuna. Na sasa hivi anaenda hapo anapatiwa typers, ndiye anakuja anatuambia I want power. I want power. Aende kifiake huko. Let me just leave it there, my friends. Go Sifuna.
So kuna kitu Robaba amesema mzuri sana ambayo I think as this young man transverse the country, they must know. Eventually, Sifuna must understand this. The mountain, the western, the coastal, and the rest of the country does not require ODM. The only people who are requiring ODM for their survival, maybe, is Luo Nyanza. And even if he's still saying, I'm the Secretary General, we know the fight that he's fighting within, which is still okay, to fight for the heart and soul of the oldest party now, politically active in Kenya. However, he must know that and the reason why it's being embraced is not because of ODM anyway. It's a new movement, and he must know how to juxtapose that. Secondly, I think there's a question Njiru uliuliza kitambo that how and at what point should he work with the rest of the Matiangis. If you realize, for me, without a doubt, and that is my personal perspective, maybe you can help me advance my thinking in this. The Sifuna movement has totally collapsed the Gachagua Matiang'i Kalonzo axis. Unaelewa? It has, like, even the flavor of yesterday's meeting of Gachagua, the truthful man with the Kalenjin, did not have the salva that those meetings usually have. Ata Njiru is not excited. He's not even talking about it. Usually Njiru used to come here very marinated.
Wachana na mimi. Wewe
Hey,
good
Alex, that's what I don't start BK jana. Niliwaambia hii mambo ya Gachagua ati ameongea nobody has come Saturday, hakuna mtu ambaye ataongea tena. Nobody.
Unataka kusema nishaambia kwingine?
Ipanela chana na mimi. That tells a lot.
Do you think, Alex, nobody's talking about Gachagua after interview.
Julia, mwanaume akifika mahali anaambia watu achana na mimi. That man is dead.
Yes, unaona Njiru amehama hata hataki hiyo story ya Munyoro.
Munyoro is doing the right thing from yesterday's interview. He's a biting dog. If the leader opposition wants to win, we need him to do what he's doing, but he can't be a presidential candidate. So, but the one thing we have to realize, he has predicted a lot of things and they have come to pass. Let's give him his flowers. He has predicted a lot of things. So, remember your DM alisema, and that's passed.
So Njiru, Wamunyoro will be part and parcel of the movement that will take Ruto out. And he will play a pivotal role. Kalonzo will too, and Matiang'i. But they must know.
Alex, I don't want to cut you off. Can you imagine?
Hold on, my point. But they must know the new kid on the block called Sifuna is tribeless, is partyless, what they wanted. That's how they view him. If you look at where they engage mostly in TikTok, they have paraded him as their messiah. So while you are talking, not even Babu Owino, it is even Babu Owino is below Sifuna.
Yes.
How they are parading the guy, if you take emotions out, you take your party affiliations out and everything, they are super excited. They have a new fresh breath that they can speak through. They can't wait to have another rally.
Hey, Alex, let's be sincere on this one here. These guys online, that's where all these masses you see Sifuna has, that's where it's being mobilized from. That's where it's come from. And it's a new way. But I can't imagine Gachagua in that of Nyeri or in Muranga Stadium somewhere there with Sifuna. Can you imagine? Hey, I'm looking forward to see that one. That one will be the mad of all people to attend. You will see it. Because Gachagua plus him, plus other people, the only person I'm doubting here is Kalonzo. He thinks like now, because he thinks that somebody has to tell him his time has come up. Kalonzo can be somebody who can be, Sifuna needs somebody, a vice president who's mature, like the Matiang'is, the Kalonzo, or Gachagua. But we need him on top of the ticket if the lead wants to win.
I want to advance this discussion to some higher levels, kidogo. Gachagua was the architect of Cousin's revolution, in quote. Then Sifuna is becoming like a de facto beneficiary of the remnants of Gen Zs, because there was like sometimes we have been claiming it's like Gen Zs who have totally been overrun by Ruto, but it looks like there is a piece which had been left. It is getting life, and it's like identifying with the Sifuna. That is one thing. Now there is another angle here of issues. Gachagua has been fighting hand and trying to portray the problems which Ruto has been doing. But the reason why Gachagua has not been able to get out of the bumble, even though we supported him, or we have been supporting him, because he was a guy who was like fighting hard at that level. This is a mistake which Gachagua has been doing, and we have been saying it here, and he has been not conservative. He has been like reserved with the truth. There are some things he has not been touching, and we have to be honest, and that's the reason why I needed to say this now that Bundi and Robai, you are opening this discussion. The challenge which Gachagua got is that there are some very in-ears issues he refused to touch, and actually that one has blocked his optimization of actually being seen as a game changer in Kenya. Now, and he wasted time, and now this Sifuna window has actually engulfed him. There's nothing now he can do. Why? Number one, Gachagua over-insisted that they have been winning the election.
Candy, are you a mother problem or
Sorry?
is
Naskika? Budi, am I clear?
You're very audible.
Yes, you are
Yeah,
very
Very
audible.
audible. Robandi Amanda basement.
mistake number one, and actually now, even if Gachagua now does that, it is overtaken by event. Bwana Mbudi, na ndio nilikuwa nikisema hapa, the problem which we have in Kenya, ukiwaste time yako, hiyo kitu ikipita iende kwingine, you cannot recover it. So the mistake which Gachagua did, and we have been telling him, can you please stop reserving the truth? Because the truth about election was the thing which could have actually optimized the Gachagua influence. But now, I don't think he can go beyond where he has reached. It is unfortunate. He conserved the truth. Yes, we have been calling him the truth man, but how do you call yourself the truthful man? You don't want to talk about the election in the name of he is fearing that maybe Ruto could do bad things to him. And that was a game changer for him, the issue of election. Another thing which was a game changer for him, and he reserved him or he retreated. He did not come out clear on the scandals which Ruto had associated himself or together. You know what Gachagua needed to do is, while I was inside the government, kuna vitu ambazo mimi na Ruto tulikuwa tunafanya na alikuwa ananiambia tuibe pesa hapa na hapa. He refused to do that. And that is why his bubble cannot break beyond that point. So eventually, sasa, we are now on the Sifuna axis, and it is either he now can work with the Sifuna, but I don't think there is a way in which now he can be able, because of conserving the truth. I don't know, but and Budi, that's why unajua tunasemanga even like theory says this. Time waits for no man. Time waits for no man. Time iwezi kungojea. It waits even for not a king. And that's why we are even saying, hata Sifuna mwenyewe miscalculate. And that is why the problem which we are having in Kenya, hii kitu, because it looks like it's like a star, which is shifting from individuals to individuals. If you are not able to analyze it, hii kitu inapita inaenda kwa mwingine. There was a time when Matiang'i looked like very probable. I don't know what happened. Tukakuja, this thing, like, if tukiendelea hivi, even Kalonzo Musyoka might start dwindling. It is like a star, which is like trying to locate. Nikitu like aina coordinates. Sijui kama Budi unanielewa. It is something which doesn't know where to stay. And actually, that thing is what is going to eject Ruto out of power, but it is looking for a place to rest, the man to guide it. But it's like these people are not understanding it. It is not about conventional politics in Kenya. There is something you have to do specific. It is not about what we did in 2002. It's not about what Raila was doing, but you have to sit down and understand there is an energy in Kenya which actually want to be guided by a genuine man. And these people have refused to understand that. It is not about forming association. There must be some genuineness here because we have a population which wants some genuineness. Hao majenzi hata kama tunasema ni sijui ni nini, they want some genuineness. Bwana Budi, hao watu they want some genuineness. They are not like they don't want to do things like the way has millennials we used to do. There is some genuineness these people want and leaders are not portraying. And to get that trust, ndio unakuta like ukiambia majenzi story ya Gachagua like there is that level of trust. To get it is not easy. So hii kitu bado inaenda. I don't know if it will still remain stationary with Sifuna, and Sifuna has like a window of 4 months to make it stationary. Aki wobble kidogo hivi hiyo kitu inaenda. It is something not stationary. So Bwana Budi, but it is something within Kenya. It is that window of change which is looking for a guy to guide it. And actually Gachagua had that potential to guide that thing, but he reserved the truth. Unfortunate.
He reserved the truth because he knows there's some part of him that puts Kenyans not accept him as a presidential candidate. Also, he's not able to go all the way kumaliza hiyo vita. Unaona, I was giving an example earlier saying kwamba when he keeps saying that I know the people who attacked us, we even have their pictures. Why haven't they taken them to court? Bola, he keeps knowing the people who is doing this and that and doesn't do anything about them. Unaona, atutaki rumors, we want now implementation. Unaona, see the story ya kusema ati unakumbuka some boys could tell you njiri kukogodha and they never did it. You should say like Kumeru ga kogodha na sasa hiyo amesha kuchapa coffee. So Gachagua hamalizi kabisa, hamalizi hii vita. He's not finishing the way we want him to finish. He's doing a good job for the way. I'm not trying to dismiss what he's doing. He's doing a good job. He's the one who launched this fight by the fact that they kicked him out. He's one who launched it. It was him who launched it, by the way. It was him who launched this momentum. Otherwise, after Raila Odinga decided to pour cold water on the Gen Z efforts, I think Kenyans were feeling like we are done. Lakini I want to say what Irina Ayimba said yesterday. Kwamba Wakenya wanaomba Mungu na Mungu naye anakumbuka Wakenya. If we can look back at this journey, Raila Odinga's kura zinaibiwa. So Raila Odinga is rigged out. Then tunaanza maandamano. Before long, maandamano sijui Monday, sijui maandamano Thursday, sijui maandamano Tuesday, sijui maandamano Thursday. Then from before long, tunasikia kwamba ati kuna bipartisan talk. Na hizo bipartisan talk, the only person who refuses the bipartisan talk ni Martha Wangari Karua. Kalonzo Musyoka is part and parcel of that bipartisan talk. Nyinyi mnakumbuka hizo talks? Haya. So when those talks, so-called Karongorongo talks came, Kenyans were disillusioned and discouraged. Like, talks for what? With someone who has stolen our election, you know? Again, some other talks now. Kuna watu waliboeka na talks za Uhuru na Raila Odinga. Sasa talks again. So that was very annoying to Kenyans. Now, from nowhere, Gen Z wamechoka. They mobilize themselves, and they stage a revolutionary protest in 2024. A revolutionary protest that the rest of the Kenyans had supported them, it would have gone through. Wakenya now nani ati ni watoto wetu wanapigana. So they sat in their houses, the children were being shot on the streets. And that is how Ruto managed it. Make matters worse, as if that was not enough, Raila Odinga decided to do his Karongorongo talks and jumped into the government. And he was going to AU. Thank God he lost. It was a good defeat that paid him well. Now, so from that, those Kenyans, I think, were very discouraged. And Ruto akajiona yeye ni mwanaume. And Ruto used to say Ruto is coming back and Gachagua will be kicked out at only 2 weeks, and we kick him out. And they were all celebrating to kick Gachagua out. And they made good their threats. They actually kicked him out and fired him. Now, again, God answered Kenyan's prayers. By kicking Gachagua out, it was God bringing back the fight, because Gachagua launched back his fight in a way that nobody expected. That now he has become a thorn in the flesh of Ruto. Kwa ile pale mbale pale makalio yake inamuuma juu ya Gachagua. Now, so Gachagua has been fighting, but he's been telling us things. Lakini hamalizi kabisa. He says this, he tells us who is doing this, but he doesn't tell us exactly who did this, who did how. That is what we want. Now, a case in point, they go to see Kanja to ask him who attacked the church in Othaya. And then they give him a deadline and tell us that on Friday they have protests. Then they call off the protests. Angalia watu. Munaona watu. That's one way of discouraging Kenyans. Now, but good thing, as they call off the protests, Sifuna is coming up. And now, the song is Mimi Ndio Sifuna. Okay? Now, we are back again, because now Sifuna is now rejuvenating the efforts and the power and the spirit. That's why people are like saying that I'm inheriting Raila Odinga spirit. So, what should Gachagua do? Gachagua should buy from Sifuna and say, now this fight, we are not just saying Nani alifanya ine. Now, what are we doing about that person who is doing that? We are not just saying someone killed our children. What are you doing about that person? Should we allow him to continue vomiting on us na kutuendeshea? Tumwache tu atutapike na atuendeshe mpaka mwisho, ama tufanyaje? In fact, should we even allow this person to vie for an election? Should we even allow this person to be in the ballot paper in the first place? This person is a criminal. Should we do that? I think now we should launch another campaign that Ruto should not even be allowed to vie for presidency. So that is the gear akina Gachagua they should wanatakana kuweka. Lakini Njiro, you ask a question, akina Kalonzo wataweka kweli? Hiyo kama hawatafanya hivyo, maybe they need to be circumcised against that they waweke hiyo gear. I'm sorry for using bad language. Probably that happens.
And Julia, and I'm glad you're the one who spoke. I asked you a question. I will continue to ask you this question, and this question will continue, because it's an important question that will guide us till the ballot box. At what time? And you know what it means. At what? You know the question, and you guys always submit by forgetting that question. I'm telling you, I'm with Gachagua until the day tunatoa.
Okay, yes.
Sifuna has not demonstrated to me yet in any way, apart from the hype that I love and I have enjoyed kama bangi yenye alisema until today. But in terms of structure, in terms of everything, you people are forgetting what this man has literally done. He won the election in Bere. It was taken away from him. He mobilized and made sure that the team that we saw campaign in Western, Natembea at the top, was part and parcel of what he actually created. The man Gachagua understands Ruto more than all these people in terms of proximity, in terms of money, in terms of his mischievousness, in everything. Hata matusi yake alituambia jana vile president anamtukana wakikuwa kwa airport na anazirecord. So the guy has receipts, he understands Ruto than anybody. The same way, Raila somehow understood power more than we did. And he acquired power, whether we liked it or not, through us, because he was a good student. Now, comparing Gachagua and Sifuna can be politically wrong at this particular time. Single-handedly, without the help of anybody in the mountain, Gachagua has been able to send the president out of the mountain. Even though they are lying, there was nobody No man that could have done that. Did we like Gachagua? No. Do we like him? No. But does he align politically with what we may want? Yes. So must he do everything in order for us to embrace him? Apparently no. And that is why I'm saying, let us not be so quick to forget. Usiache mbachao kwa msala upitao. If Sifuna today decided to compromise with the people of ODM, are we going now again to say, sasa Gachagua tena ndio kiboko yao? I'm saying Gachagua may not be our presidential candidate. He's going to play a pivotal role. Let us be very careful on how we handle the Gachagua axis. In as much as it will be overtaken by something better that we may want, it will be what will be the one that will protect the mountain vote. Period. You like it or not. What will deliver the votes to the opposition? Hata wewe ulienda nyumbani juzi, ukarudi, umetuambia. The DCP. Oh, you know, DCP actually is not a one-year party, my friend. To be say, it just went to election the other day. But somehow, you can see the structures this man is. He's playing politics, not of rhetoric. The man is seriously putting structures to make sure that Kasongo has no part and parcel. Least we forget that. So in our comparison, we must go in depth and be honest. We may not like him, but somehow, the former speaker is nothing in the mountain. Party ya Martha Karua, let's be honest, even if one of the leaders are hapa juu, it cannot compete with Gash. And I'm sorry, Kip, I'm not belittling your party, but I'm saying in terms of in the mountain, what it is doing or how it has been embraced, you can see. So somehow, for me, in my projection and in my thinking, we cannot be so quick to embrace Sifuna. Not that we shouldn't, but we do not forget the structures. But obviously, you don't expect, Mr. Njiru, now, let me answer you. We want it so quick, but we don't expect Gachagua to come out and say, this is how we stole the election, this is how we stole the election, that is going to come in piecemeal. Obviously, it is taking too long and we are impatient, and he needs to know that. Somehow, he needs to start that journey because that journey is critical to us. But he cannot hide the truth by thinking that then he can fight Ruto. At some point, he needs to know that he has to come clean, whether he likes it or not. So Gachagua also needs to come out. So we are working in a politics that is a little bit complicated because the people that now we are with, we never dreamt even one day that they could be in our side, and Gachagua being one of them. And nani amesema vizuri hapa earlier, and Belfast, though he accused him, wakati the Ojwang died, I don't think Gachagua was in the government. That was later on. But in the Kondele and in the not Kondele, in Nyamasaria and other areas, Gachagua was actually the one who was present. And that that's other things that really, really matters to us. But in spite and despite for us, that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Until you deal with that enemy, then the friendship will now take a different toll. But for now, the question that, Julia, I will keep on asking you as we bash Gachagua, not because I love him with all my heart, he's not my sweetheart. But when it comes to politics, I think he has played a role that I am saying that people have refused to take that position in the mountain. You see people like Litura Lintiki, they come, they go. You see people like Muturi, they come, they go. You see people like Moses Kuria today, they are here, they are there. You see people like Kiunjuri, so you sit down and people like Uhuru ambayo tunapenda. These people, their silence is too loud and they just keep on Ruto to play the politics of perception that the mountain is on his side. person who has taken this narrative that the mountain is not on his side anymore is Gachagua. And we cannot afford to make that mistake.
Alex, can
We
I answer
cannot
your
make
question
that
there?
mistake. Let me finish. You'll have your time and I will listen to you. We cannot have that that injuncture whereby we allow Ruto again to go back to the mountain because we are excited because of another thing. Until I find a solution for Gachagua, I'm still going to embrace Gachagua.
Yeah, Jiro, can I come in real quick? Just a few minutes. I mean, just like one, just to make a point there. Alex, I was saying, I think Wajaga should be the VP candidates when it comes second on top, and from there they have to find what's his name, Caronzo, to be the speaker. Mada Karua to be the Anton Chen and other people, but Yang to be the whatever Musali has, even though it's not constitutional. And I think that's the right up. We have that one, then for me, Gachawa should be the VP because he come with the experience so that he can nurture Sifuna and so that they can take the country in a different direction. So that's why, for me, Gachawa should be the VP.
Bwana Kip, na naona umekuja. Can you react to that? Naona pia umeniwekea mavideo hizo, nitacheza after umelia. Can you react to what Roba is saying?
Wamesema nini?
Kwani ulikuwa umelala?
Nimengoja.
Wacha Kip aingie na anything, tutarudi nyuma sana ukianza kumwelezea wote Roba amesema. Wacha hiyo ikuwe pass.
Okay, sawa.
For sake of progress.
What I said.
Roba usisikie mbaya bana.
No, today you sound really good, man. Than last time. Hey, I was just saying about Gachawa, the VP. And the general will be Mada Karua. Then we have Karonzo Musyoka to be the speaker. Then from there we are, and the rest Matiang, what Musali is now. I will take that government in time.
I can't have Gachagua to be the deputy president. I already eliminated him a long time ago. I've always told you guys, Gachagua for me, no.
What was the reason why you eliminated him?
Yeah, no, you wanted the evidence. You wanted the facts when they impeached him. But I've never trusted Gachagua. He's the one who brought us Ruto. He's a thug just like Ruto. Because he's worse than Ruto. We are keeping power. You're in trouble. As for Kalonzo is a bit weak. But I think weeks ago people were in the notion that whatever, it doesn't matter. Ni kutoa tu Ruto. Let the others back Kalonzo to remove Ruto. But Sifuna anaonekana Humundu strong. It reminds me of the time alikuwa kileleshwa. There's a lady that was actually pronouncing what happened there. Kulikuwa hapo kwa stage, stage, top of the stage. Alai was trying to pull Sifuna down. Alipata kama ngumi tatu. Ilikuwa hapo kileleshwa. Alipata kama ngumi tatu from Sifuna. Yeah. I think as Alex and Stone PK have been alluding, Kenyans like strong people. It's just the stronger the person, the more people drive towards. We are culture that have gone through wars over time, and we cannot just pick weak people. It's in our nature. You cannot pick somebody that looks weak. That's why I deviated towards Martha Karua. Munaangalia mtu weak. Even Gachagua is a very strong leader. So for me, Kalonzo just goes X on that. Like, softly, sijui twende kanisa, sijui talks, sijui kwenda negotiations, sijui boardroom stuff. This time of election tunataka watu na nguvu hivyo. Like right now, if you look at that bravery that Sifuna has brought to the people of Kenya, forget about the masses, you and Jalishi. It's just the statements he made, like, you can fight back. You can fight back. Very good example about why you come to report to the Wananchi about police coming to raid your congregations, and then what do you want us to do? Mnataka tufanye nini? But then Sifuna dealt with it there and then. Hapo. Yeah, I like the way you guys are making fun. Ati weka jacket, zima hiyo kitu bana. Na tuendelee. Hakuna kukimbia. There's no thing of sijui the way Raila used to do, tunamalizana na hii kitu tuende nyumbani. No. Tutaendelea mpaka ishe. What we had planned to do it. Now that also comes to the second point. Hii kitu ya kwenda kwa makanisa kila saa kufanya mkutano, what kind of garbage is that? You're actually reading from the book of Ruto. You're actually following his strategy of going to churches, something that you people are calling sacred. Mnaita kanisa sacred, lakini mnaenda mnaongea mambo ya siasa. Hata matanga is no longer sacred. When my uncle died, we told all the politicians, hakuna mtu ataongea siasa hapa. Kama mnakuja hapa kuongea respect zenu, ongea juu yake, or how you are his friends, kuja na mauongo zako about him and you, na muende. None of them talked political shit. Because, you know, people have never been on that other side of the situation where you're just hoping no politics is coming in. We are mourning somebody. Alafu mnakuja hapa mnaanza kutukanana hapo. Now imagine the vision or the images for the beloved person you've lost was Gachagua tukanaing this person, or Ruto tukanaing that one, or Kalonzo castigating that other person. Ama mnakuja hapa for I know Njeri, you are a very big Christian. Imagine huko America mnakuja hapa someone na mnaanza kuambia vitu za politics. Alafu mkichapo huko kwa makanisa mnasema, tulichapo kwa kanisa. What were you doing in that church? So you are abusing somebody. If indeed it's precedent for Ruto to do his church sermons with speeches, you stop. Nyinyi muache kufanya hiyo. Why do you have to do what he does? Tabia mbaya sana. It's the only place in the world I've ever seen people talking politics in church. Ever heard of the phrase separate church from state from church?
So you're trying to say it's justifiable for the police to invade the church and beat up.
No, I'm not saying that. I am not saying it's justifiable. No, you've taken me out of context.
Because the politicians
that is what you've taken. That is what you've taken from
maybe you
from
should
my own
rephrase
conversation.
Julia, dopamine isifike 150.
Ati keep, unajua hapa nimeambia watu wamevuta bangi. Keep amesema kwamba ati why are you talking politics? Why do you blame the police for attacking you? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just saying that ukifanya maovu kwa kanisa una complain kwa nini? Sasa kama acha nikwambie,
no, you shouldn't complain.
Yesu mwenyewe alikuja akatandika watu wakifanya biashara kwa makanisa. Yes, very good, wachapwe na polisi huko.
Okay, so you are justifying that.
I am justifying it just like Jesus Christ said.
No,
then you are on the wrong side.
You are on the wrong side of reasoning, because two wrongs do not make a right.
No. It's because you're not putting church you're not making church sacred.
No, two wrongs cannot make a right. The fact that a politician
what is wrong? Jesus did it.
No, spoke nonsense in the church. Now attack the church members. Are you seriously defending that? I am very surprised to hear you say that.
Yes, walifanya nini watu
no, Jesus was not in Nodhaya to do that.
Jesus alikuja na
now you are
you're not getting me.
No, you just should stop defending the attack on the church by anybody, whether Gachagua speaks politics or whoever speaks politics. you should not defend anybody attacking the church or attacking people in a church because someone was speaking politics. It should be the responsibility of the preacher or the bishop to stop Gachagua. But why are you complaining you are being attacked? We should complain because innocent people were attacked in the church.
Innocent
It
people,
is illegal. Church members, the crowd. Let me ask you: was there tear gas in the church, and there were children and women and children in that church? Is that fair? Are they not innocent? Are you trying to say all those people came for Gachagua? I mean, seriously, Keep? Are you trying to justify that?
Yes.
No, that is. I'm sorry.
Let me answer. Let me rest my case.
I'm disappointed by you, Keep.
You can be disappointed, but it's good to hear the truth sometimes, Julia. Yeah. The unfortunate thing is, these people are conform and allowing these politicians to come to their churches. Why don't they talk to their deacons? Why don't they talk to their pastors, their cardinals? Waambia watu hii mambo ya kuleta siasa kwa kanisa inafaa kuachiliwa. Sasa mnakuja hapa mnakaa mnasikiza masiasa. There's a point in time Gen Zs waliacha hiyo ujinga. Gen Zs told them. Gen Zs walikuja hapa kwa cathedral the main cathedral in Nairobi, Holy Family. The Gen Zs came and said, we do not want to hear politics in the church. When I'm saying these people are being attacked, it's because they are conforming to these things. Mulikuja kanisa kufanya mahubiri. Why did you come to listen to Gachagua or Ruto? I'm telling both sides are stupid. I'm not picking a side here. I'm just saying that churches should be left. Ushaiona ikifanya huko kwa SDA. Ushaiona ikifanya huko kwa ngoja, si unimalize. Ushaiona ikifanya hapo kwa Waislamu. Have you ever seen them do politics in a mosque? Ndio achapwe tear gas kwa mosque. They don't do that in mosques. Why? Because for them, that is a sacred ground. Sasa wakichapwa huko kwa sababu wali allow such garbage to come in their church. Number two, listening to monsters that go to State House to be given hongo. And they're going to defend these people. First of all, the church is supposed to be for the people.
So Kiprin kuna kitu sielewi, but Ruto is free to speak politics in church.
I did not say he should be. Hata wale Ruto achapwe.
Who is guarding the security and authority? So who will stop Ruto from speaking? Yes, you are saying opposition. That one should be done.
Who will stop
them? What about Ruto? Who will stop Ruto?
Who will stop? The congregants. The congregants should stop it. You guys talk as though you're powerless as Kenyans.
So no, how do you stop Ruto from going to a church?
I did not say stop him from going to a church. I did
give
not
me
say
a model of how you will stop the president has said he is going to a church here, and how will you stop him unless if you mount an extreme protest and maybe the pastor is not part of it.
President of who is not my president. I've always told you that Ruto will I'll never call him president.
It's okay, but help me understand, because I don't get
you're refusing to hear
explanation. I don't get it because
the church.
Who should enforce what you're saying?
Okay, so let's do this. I made a mistake. Gachagua should go preach in churches, and that will make you guys happy.
No,
this is what ruined.
Not Gachagua speaking. It is you saying that you justify people being attacked in church by the police. That is my problem with you. You justified it. You said it was okay because Gachagua was speaking there. It was okay for them to be attacked.
And so, this is what angushed you guys from Central that allowed Ruto to come and do all that nonsense.
No.
Because alikuja na kanisa nikiguza kanisa kidogo hivi.
Hapana, umesema
all
watu wana complain they are being attacked in church.
All hell breaks loose.
No, you made a wrong statement. You justified the attack of people on the church. Gachagua kuongea, that one I agree with you. But kusema justifying the people should be attacked in the church, I mean, that is wrong. That is very wrong.
Remove that statement of justification of people being beaten in churches.
Yes, and now talk about Gachagua and Ruto in the church. That one I'll be okay with you. Talk about Gachagua and Ruto talking in the church. That one I agree with you. It is not right. So, where should they complain they are being attacked in the church? It's like you are saying they should be attacked. It's okay. That's what you're trying to say. That's my problem with your statement.
Bana, nyi watu mkishikwa na kanisa bana, mnasikianga mbaya
Yeah,
sana.
but why is it wrong all of a sudden keep and Ruto used the church more especially in the mountain. In the 10 years he was the deputy president. One of
I've
the
never.
platform, hold on, one of the platform he used was the church. Why is a person that used the church as the platform now has the audacity to see it on a different way? Now he will not allow others to do it, given the fact that that's what brought him to power.
You guys are feeling like I'm defending Ruto. I'm saying that the platform of the church is completely wrong. Ruto is even worse than all of them. Kwanza yeye ndio anachapa watu wa kanisa. He's above that in terms of stupidity. He's the one who's even worse than this. I'm just saying that I have never ever condoned. Did you hear the first statement for me, how stupid it is for me to see people doing politics in church? I have never liked it. I've always felt bad watching this. Ata President Moi never used to do that. Moi used to talk kidogo hivi, you know, about inchi inafaa kufanya vizuri, we are going to have nini, alafu inaisha hapa kuwa na matusi kwa kanisa. Lakini hapa tunakuanga na matusi kila siku. We're talking against other people in the church, which I find awful. And Ruto is the number one culprit on that. Let's just make that clear. He's the one who has amplified this. He's the one who has mpaka analeta watu
Then it's so
kutokana.
hypocritical. Tomorrow he's going to church. He wants to have a peaceful meeting in the church, but his government is assaulting others who are doing that. So, well, I understand what you're saying, that shouldn't be happening. Now that it's happening, even the president is doing it, it should not be a bone of contention. The problem is he wants to sanctify the church, that politics should not be played, but he is doing it. Because what was the essence of him
Guys, are
doing
you
that?
getting my point? I think you guys are not getting my point, yeah? You're not getting my point. You guys are thinking that just because I'm hitting Gachagua right now and the congregants of Gachagua, that I am supporting Ruto.
You know,
That
you have
is further
singled
than
out
the truth. Yes, I have.
Yeah, and we want to get more from you. How does that? I don't want to use the word Julia used, because you have said that you are not justifying it, but it's kind of defending. It's like defending that if that happens, if the law takes order, we shouldn't complain.
Because you as the congregants yourself allowed that to happen. You allowed politics to happen in your church. This includes my people in Kalenjin land.
So they must face consequences.
Sorry?
They must face consequences for allowing politics in the church.
Kama vile Yesu aligonga watu ile siku.
So
and
the
then
police
Junior is
attacked
right
them.
by saying you're justifying violence.
I mean, do you also really, you're inclined to violence? I'm kind of, I'm about, I don't want to
the church
profile
sacred.
you.
I just find it disgusting that I see this.
I don't want to profile you, but you are making me put you in that group. That for you, violence is okay. Violence against people is okay. You see, that violence against people is okay. Against innocent people, innocent men and women and children in the church is okay.
Okay, so me nimona.
Wewe ndio umesema. Alex
no, okay, I'm going to stick to my point. That the problem is you're not going to change my mind. I feel the people that allow this to happen in their churches are the problem. You're not understanding me.
What about
allowing
the
these
police?
things to happen?
Okay.
And I have the same, and I have.
Is there a problem with the police to
you
come
see the
with
problem? You don't. Sorry.
No, is there a problem for the police to come with tear gas to attack the church? Is there a problem?
Okay, you're not.
Are they justified by law in the first place? Is that even legal in the first place?
It was a very bad thing. It was a very bad thing.
It is wrong. Say it is illegal and it is evil. You should put it that way. Put in the magnitude for which it deserves. It is wrong and it is evil and it is illegal. So let us start there. It is illegal for anybody to attack anybody, whether in church or outside the church. Okay? And if they say anything illegal in the church, they should be arrested and charged in the court of law. That is how you should put it. Kama kuna kitu amesema kwa kanisa, natakani kusema, they should be arrested and charged in the court. But now here, you are justifying the violence in the church. Why are you doing that, Kip? You are making me to profile you with violence. And I'm very
You can
disappointed.
profile me. You can profile me. And the same should happen to the people who come and wait lines, waiting in lines to receive hongo from politicians. Hata wanafaa kuchapwa na tear gas. I profile me. Because these are the guys who are ruining the country for us. That is, for me, that is how I believe.
Okay,
politicians
tear gas belongs to who?
I know
no, where does tear gas comes from? Who owns tear gas? The government. So you are again justifying it is okay for the government to attack its people. Tear gas inatoka wapi? From the government. So it is okay for the government to attack its people. If people have committed crimes, what should the government do? Arrest them, not attack them violently. You're going back the same thing. You are justifying violence.
Keep. Let me ask you a question. You are saying that
if I can be allowed to finish a sentence, you can ask me the question. If you guys allow me to finish my sentence.
No, you are finished. No, I want you to keep nataka unisaidia hapa, because what you have said is heavy. And beyond politics, you're my personal friend. So hiyo sitakuacha. Let me ask you. You are saying that if we Christians should have taken charge of our churches and said that no politics should not be allowed here. Politicians should not take advantage and use their powers when they want to disrupt us. So the mistake is us who decided to use our podium and our churches for political activities. And not only that, we are not seeing that mistake, and you believe that we have brought that calamity to ourselves.
You put it correctly there. Thank you. That's what I meant. Because
it's not a political problem. It's a spiritual problem that we want to tie to politics. And yet, if you look at it, a church is because you said Jesus did it. When Jesus said he chased people and beat the people, he's unfortunately, I'm saying what I told Gladwell not even to say earlier. I told those letter Biblia. To be a Biblia because you have insisted on the when you said we had a beef down there, it'll call beef your Biblia. So Christ said, my house shall be a house of prayer, isn't it?
Correct.
So you are insisting that if the house of God was a house of prayer, politics should not be played at all. And if it's being played, the culprits are the Christians, so they are paying for their mistakes.
They are paying for their mistakes.
So that's what you are saying. Okay.
Yes. They are paying for their mistake. I'm not justifying that Ruto is sending their goons. They are paying for that. If they had taken care of their home, their house of Christ, wangechunga hiyo nyumba na kuache takataka ikuja hapa. That includes culprit number 1, Ruto. These things would not have been bestowed for them. And I actually put them in the same caliber as the people that receive bribes from politicians. Because we complain that we have problems, yet we are conforming to these problems that are happening from us. These small gestures that we see every day. Every day we talk about distribution of our own wealth back to us. Tunapatiwa hongo, wanakuja kwa makanisa, kanisa yenyewe inaambiwa, oh, mheshimiwa so and so ametoa 20,000 ama nowadays are here even in millions. Ametoa what millions kutoka nani, alafu utasindikishwa na 1 million kutoka State House. And we clap for that. And we feel like that is normal. We started causing issues like that many moons ago. And this was Ruto and Gachagua, both of them. Kanisa ya Katholiki ilikataa kuchukua hiyo pesa. Ilikataa, wakasema rudisha hiyo pesa because it is not what is allowed. I feel bad. By the way, as a Catholic, nilikuwa nyumbani December na walikuwa wameanza kupatia hiyo tabia. Ati sijui county government minister amekuja hapa, wacha aongee kidogo, aongee speech yake. I'm like, what? And it starts small. And that minister is ati sasa tunafaa kuwapatia heshima waongee kidogo. By the way, they are told not to talk politics. But that unafungua tu mlango kidogo hivi. I'm telling you, you open that small door. These guys come running after. They come running after. Raila rarely did that. Hiyo ndio kitu moja nilikuwa naheshimu kwa mzee. Occasionally you'll come to a funeral hivi aongee matope yake, but it was not constant like these people. It was not constant like Ruto. It was not constant like Gachagua. That's why I've told you I don't trust Gachagua with this thing, because he does this every Sunday. It's like he's competing with Ruto about this thing. They're actually violating the church. Wanafanya kanisa ionekane mbaya. Yani, it's not a place of worship. You spend 1 hour of worship, praise, worship, nini. Alafu, badala ya kwenda nyumbani kurelax, somebody comes and bombards you with stories of somebody else amechukia huko. Na ni matusi kwanza. Na ni matusi. That's why I'll tell you, I don't feel bad. I'm not going to change my mind about that. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not saying
Keep,
that.
let me ask you one more question. Supposing Gachagua had
If you allow me,
it's about what you are saying.
Julia, if you allow me to finish my sentence.
Okay. Just what you are saying. If Gachagua had gone to that church and had not said anything, don't you think the police would still have attacked that church? What if the police still attacked that church? What would you be saying today?
I would have been saying that that is very bad. I would have said that is evil. Because Gachagua has a right to come and worship. If he came like a parishioner, I'm a congregant of that church, akae vizuri, akuja worship na watu wake,
polite, and then he still attacked. How would you view that?
Julia, we talked about letting me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And then Ruto comes with his tear gas, agonge watu hapo. That is absolutely evil. Because he came here to worship. I don't say that there's anything wrong with Gachagua or even Ruto, by the even Ruto himself or any other person. Mkishamaliza mambo ya kanisa, mutoke hapo nje. Ugather watu wametoka kanisa, watoe nje tu outside the churches. You do your speech. You do your political nonsense after church. I'm not trying to say that it was a good thing. I'm just saying that we as Kenyans should not complain when we allow these things to happen to us. We are allowing uchafu ikuja kwa makanisa zetu alafu tunakuja kulialia hapo. That is my main point. Yeah. And Rifraf sijakuona in a long time. Najua unipendangi. Hiyo ni sawa. Mimi sitaki
wacha nicheze hizi video zako. Kidogo wacha nicheze hizi video za Keep.
Ngoja Njiru, ngoja. Hiyo kitu ya Keep iwezi isha hivyo. Ngoja. I was waiting for all of you to circle. Keep and whoever is supporting Keep in this. This is my opinion. In whichever way you want to dress it. Uipake sukari, uipake jamu, uipake asali. It is never justifiable to attack people. Whatever reason you are giving, even if wameenda wakaanza kukunia kwa church, you are not the custodian of the law in the church, that you come and punish people in the church. No, there is no justification of whatever style or nature that would be written anywhere under the sun. That it's okay to go throwing canister, attacking people in a church. There are some churches wanaendanga kesha na kazi ile wanafanya huko ni mambo ingine ya ajabu. Nobody goes to. Who told the government to keep watch of what people are saying in the church? It's nonsense. Okay, there is no way. I know every human being, whatever he or she says. Let me tell you the truth. Kila mtu inakuanga ni truth, but hakuna justification of whatever nature that people are in a church and then you go there to beat them because they are talking politics. Come on. Who gives you that authority? Yeah, so keep hiyo ni debate tu mmekuwa mkipass time. There is no justification of whatever nature.
Stone, I'm disappointed in you. I'm actually disappointed
Please
in you. Did I
do,
say I'm
please do,
justified?
because
Did
there
I
is
say
no, hata kuna mahali imeandikwa keep ikiwa ninaongea siasa kwa kanisa ukuje kunipunish. Nowhere,
Are you
nowhere.
getting my? I think you're
And
referring to
there's
where
no
I agree.
difference ati kuongelea kwa church na kuongelea outside the church. It is a church is, or every, that compound is a church.
I'm
Inside, outside
disappointed.
is the same. Yeah.
I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in
It's
you.
good. Get disappointed and get educated here. In Catholic, we have
No,
the man.
you are
Listen,
saying
listen. Wacha tumalize.
this.
Unajua wewe usikizaji mtu amaliza. I'll give you all the time. Mimi nimenyamaza mkiongea. Even in a Catholic church, there is the mass, and then inakujanga any other business, and we do that in the church. We do that in the church, any other business. And for your information, politics is across board in church. Even in church is politics. Politics is way of life. That's the scientific definition of politics. And no prohibition, not even the Bible. Hakuna mahali imeandikwa tuwezi ongea about the management and leadership and governance of human beings in a place of where they go worship. You only need to do a program. Sasa watu tunaongea hizi. Because if you insult people while in the church, it means you are ethically rotten. You will do the same outside the church. Yeah. So justification of coming to throw tear gas, causing pandemonium, injuring kids and women. Hiyo keep hiyo nitakatana na wewe kabisa. Thanks.
Okay, so when I was telling Kips this, I told him I was going to profile him. So let me finish my profile. People from the Rift Valley, especially the Kalenjin, are okay with violence, and such kind of violence, they will find it like it's a very small thing, killing, beating people, attacking them. So I do not know where Kip you belong in that kind of reasoning, because I do not know whether it is coming from the cattle rustling culture. But I am very surprised that you could
That's
today
a low
say
blow.
I'm very surprised. I just asked you a question. I say I don't know where you belong. So maybe you can tell me where you belong. But if it's coming from the cattle rustling culture, it makes it feel like it's a small thing to attack people and harm them. Like ni kitu kidogo tu ati polisi walipitia hapo wakatupa tear gas, they shot at people. It is like it's a small minute thing. That one, it is coming from some part of the country and probably the Kalenjin land. And I'm wondering whether it's because of the cattle rustling culture. That is what I was going to say. So if you insist on justifying that, I would like to know where you are really standing. That is my take, Njiru. You can go on.
So we are violent people as Kalenjins. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Wacha nicheze videos kidogo juu nataka kuachia Stone PK show for a while. So that but nitakuwa hapa chini ya kamera nicheze hizi vitu.
Kakamega oye! Hatutoroki leo, zima hiyo kitu, mkutano iendelee. Zima hiyo kitu, mkutano iendelee. Hatutoroki leo, hatutoroki leo, hatutoroki leo. Kitu zima hiyo kitu, mkutano iendelee. Funika na jacket, mkutano lazima itaendelea. Tuendelee tusiendelee, hakuna siku leo hatutoroki. Zima hiyo kitu kama bagi, zima hiyo kitu kama nyongi ya jana. Vijana murudi. Leo hakuna mkutano inaisha. Haiwezekani. Piga ingine kama uko leo. Kumabao, piga ingine umbwa. Haya, tukae chini viongozi, tukae chini tafadhali, tukae chini viongozi. Kakamega oye! Leo nataka niwaambie Nataka Sheikh atuanzie kwa maombi alafu
Asante Baba, asante Baba. Yaani uko mbinguni lakini unapanga mambo yako venye nafaa. Yaani ground nimekubali nilinde mwananchi. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, umetupia ulinzi, umetupa malaika zako Baba. Wametulinda tukafika Kakamega. Tuko ndani ya Kakamega na kijana wetu Babu Owino, Edwin Sifuna, Orengo, Hamisi na tunasema ni one time Baba. One time Baba. One time Baba Raila Amolo Odinga penye huko. Najua umefurahi leo. Leo umefurahi. Tunaenda Nyanza Baba. Utatupea ulinzi. Hao watu watutamu wamekimbia.
Negotiate on policies. We are going to negotiate on development programs. We are also going to negotiate on sharing of positions, which includes sharing power. And lazima tupate power.
party leader of Raila Amolo Odinga kwa miaka 10. Don't you think I want to be the party leader? Ujui kana nataka kuwa party leader? Sinataka hata mimi. Sinataka mimi. Sinatosha mimi. Kwa mimi siwezi mimi. Mtu akinikujia namkujia. Ukija naja. Lakini chama kimeamua daktari. Sasa mimi ni nani nipinge? Mimi ni nani nipinge?
Sikia wabunge wenzangu wameomba hapa kura. Wanasema ya kwamba tusaidie rais akuwe two-term. Sisi hatuna shida na hiyo kama ODM, lakini tutatangaza hiyo baada ya maelewano yetu tukikaa chini. Sisi pia kama ODM tunataka kujua tutapata nini kwa hiyo serikali. Hapana lete hapa kusema tu two-term. Tutafanya two-term lakini weka vitu kwa meza. Tumeelewana? Waweke vitu nini? Hii Minister of Finance kwanza hiyo hatuwezi kuzungumza juu yake. Minister Energy hatuwezi kuzungumza juu yake. Na tunataka vitu vikubwa ziwekwe juu ya meza. Sisi
Vijana ria. Kwa jina naitwa Kimbi, nasema kidogo.
haya Kimbi.
Baba alikuwa anasema vijana forward. Forward march. Nasema hivi. Leo tumeamua kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Nyumba yetu isimame vizuri. Haoli.
Haya dakika.
Aya ni sawa, we can react to that. So nitakuwa hapa, but I think those are some of the things we will react to. So Stone PK nitakuomba chukulia show from there. I will be helping from down. So I wanted to ask a question, maybe which I can leave it as a point of discussion. Maybe Budi, you can expound on this one, maybe based on what you are saying. Is Sifuna, like we have been saying, some other people are a bit regional. Is Sifuna coming out as inclusive? This one inauliza, like, is Sifuna inclusive? Like, and then there are some people now who are now trying to ask to kusema maybe hii maneno ya Sifuna ni kama ni moto wa makaratasi, and he is now being used by other quarters which want to divide the opposition. To what extent would you want to agree with that?
Yeah, Sifuna. You know, Sifuna is a mysterious young man. How he even came to the politics of ODM, like in the ranks of leadership, is a little bit, uncharted, because, Sifuna, Kibagendi, Osoro, and Weke were on the same level, and they are very good friends until today. The young four people, and Sifuna went to Kandui Nani Kibagend came to Kisii, Weke went wherever he went, Osoro also went where he went, and how Sifuna failed in Kandui because they refused to give him the nomination, and he was brought to Nairobi quickly. Okay, and then in those two, I think was less than 2 months to campaign for senatorship. He failed to clinch the senatorship of Nairobi, but he made an impact. But ended up becoming a very powerful person within the ODM ranks after Anyang' Nyong'o got away. He was supposed to be a temporal leader within the ODM ranks, by the way, because that position needed to be filled immediately because Anyang' Nyong'o was going through medical issues, as you all know. But at the same time, not only was he going, he really wanted to become the governor. And he was sick and tired of those wrong nominations. And he didn't want to be part and parcel of some of these nominations being given without his consent. Because in as much as we have election director, he was very uncomfortable how people are buying nomination within. Because as you know, in Luo Nyanza, once you get the ODM nomination, you are guaranteed almost 99.9% that you'll be the next. So he quit, and Sifuna came in those big shoes. And he surprised many to have stayed that long. And over time, if you see how he has handled his leadership, he has been able to educate himself, and the social capital he has built, the experience he has built, I think he has come out at the right time. So I may not say that it's a bubble. I'm still confused about it, I will tell you for sure. But given the record on his stance in many things, I've seen a man who has a vision on what Kenya needs. If you remember, even when he interviewed Jirongo was it Savage or what? There was a channel that Jirongo had when he interviewed Jirongo, because Jirongo told him, now you can interview me. He was very skeptical. When he started asking him about the note of 500 Jirongo, so on and so forth. He didn't embrace Jirongo so quickly. It was baby steps. So you can see a man who has had proximity to power, who could have used in the many years he became the SG of ODM to amass power, wealth, because remember when this man Mbadi was being given the seat of the finance, some of you were shocked that he's a billionaire. He said 400 to 600 million, but the guy is a billionaire by just being a minority leader for a very long time. But Sifuna somehow has charted his path to this very day. It's not like it has come by accident. He knew the moment he got into that position that people like Wetangula, people like Musalia, and people like Atwoli, at some point, nature will deal with them. Now, he didn't see his boss dying at that time. But the moment the boss died, he understood he's going to have many difficulties because of the positions earlier that he has had. So anybody thinking that Sifuna is a bubble might not be. Why? He may not take the effect that right now we are giving him, but he's going to carve a place within the politics of Kenya whereby he is going to be part and parcel of the future of this politics. And he seems to be having his own corner. Gachagua seems to be having the mountain. Kalonzo seems to be having some of us and also the eastern. But uniquely, I have heard the young people speak that he whether they supported Baba or not, that is also confusing, that he has the spirit of Baba, like the first video you put, who at Baba Bado anatujali mahali yuko. These are young people who are speaking like that. So he has this corner of young people who have hope, who consequentially Gachagua had filled the vacuum, and they've been listening to Gachagua. Now they believe that they have their own. So whatever they used to talk about, partyless, tribeless, they see Sifuna saying is the Secretary General of this place, but obviously they were going to kick him eventually. And obviously, they don't know where he's going to go. So they feel like him, partyless, whatever, those less. So I believe that if Sifuna chants his path very well, as one of the panelists said earlier, has strategists and people around him who are progressive and a people who understand the nature of this country. But at the same time, he must be very careful in terms of political bankrolling, which is one area watu wa wanajishika mahali pabaya sana. I don't think he has the stamina as an individual to bankroll his own party. You saw Eliud Owalo started his party the other day, Karoli Omondi saying, and these are people who are money. Okay, Jimmy Wanjiga has a party. So I'm not sure where he's headed eventually. So for now, I can say that Sifuna is the man of the moment, but he doesn't have the structures. He doesn't have real structures that you can say that he will be ready to take on Ruto. And unfortunately, you know that if he does not cave and go with somebody who has structures, it will be very difficult for the system to allow him to form his structures from bootstrap, you know, registration, so on and so forth. So at the moment, I will loosely say that I see Sifuna as a bubble, unfortunately. Until I see something tangible, and the day he will say, look, I'm done with ODM, because obviously, even if he will be allowed to ODM, he will be a dead man walking. He will be a dog barking without teeth. So obviously, he must now start knowing that, yes, you are fired from ODM and you don't have a future with ODM. He must get out of ODM. That's a fact that he needs to come out of it. He can't fight within ODM with the Uburus and still remain there and think that he's going to kudanganya wananchi. Already tumemsamehe for all this time, hakuwa ametoka ODM. But this is the right time. So until the point whereby he will be able to put structures, you know, that we can look at and say, okay, we can get power. I don't see that is somebody that I can follow with all my heart, given the political heartbreaks that we have gotten over the years. But is he doing the right thing? He's doing the right thing. Is he engaging the right people? He's engaging the right people. Is the ground actually embracing him more than any other persona right now in the whole country? Now, he must move with speed. He must move with wisdom, but at the same time, he must not make his base mad, because this is an organic base that is not paid. Remember, if you look how desperate ODM is or UDA are, like they have to buy t-shirts, they have to buy kofia, they have to ship people, the logistics, they have to pay people. But look how organic, how easy, how like look how organic that. No kofia, no t-shirts, no borders, nothing. So he's the man of the people. He has what nobody has right now. So that's the advantage he has. In terms of structures, I'll still call it a bubble. But an individual whose hopes people have started having, he takes it. So he's in the middle there. Thank you. Yes, Stone PK, you are our moderator now.
Next.
Okay, let me do a little rant myself, Sasa, before I introduce my brother Simamo. I may have been misunderstood. The people who went to church, let's just put it there out there. they did not deserve the tear gas. Let's put it there. Wasipewe tear gas. It was wrong. Walipewa tear gas. There we go. So we put that part of the statement out completely. Sitaki kusikia wakale wanakuanga violent, Julia. That was not very good to say. Wakale wako violent. No. Sawa. But indeed, I want to state that the use of church, Stone PK are wrong, the use of church for a political podium, I still categorically state it is wrong. I rarely see it in SDA churches. I rarely see it in Catholic churches. I rarely see it in Islamic churches. We have allowed this use of the church for the last 10 years, as you stated. Hata Uhuru alikuwa anaenda kwa kanisa. Hakuwa anafanya kwa kanisa za Katoliki. Mnakuja mnamuita kwa makanisa zenu. What has happened? Stone. Looks like the show is gone.
I can hear you.
No, show iko. Go ahead.
Something
Kila mtu
happened.
alianguka.
Kila mtu alianguka. So I can say it. Even nani huyu Uhuru hako akifanya hizi vitu kwa kanisa. I just want to say that the people need to take back their churches, because trouble follows you. Yeah, because you allowed that. I am not justifying, again, I'm going to repeat, I'm not justifying what happened to those people, but I'm just trying to see, calculate. Mbona tear gas haikuji kwa hawa watu wengine? Because I'm just trying to even state that even Ruto is even the worst person. He has completely abused the ministry. The ministry has been completely abused. Kila siku unaona brown envelope inakuja wanapatiana kwa makanisa. Kwani that is what pains me. It's what I see. I'm trying to show you people. Can you see that you cannot mix church and state? You cannot do that. And it's within the power of the people to stop them from doing that. It doesn't matter who it is, from Gachagua to Ruto to Uhuru to whoever it is. You should not allow it. It's just wrong. Mbona Waislamu wakubali hii kitu fanywe kwa msikiti? I wish we could open our eyes as Kenyans and see that it's wrong. It's not right. You cannot tell me it's part and parcel. There's a place for everything. You know, you let a snake come in pole pole tu, unaachia tu shimo kidogo inaingia yote na So my reasoning was not that I was enjoying that the people were thrown for tear gas by Gachagua. That's the unfortunate thing, is you guys, you took it there, you went there, you stopped reasoning. I was kind of hoping that you guys would step aside as people that I've reasoned with for years and try and see why is keep talking like that. Is he defending Ruto? No. Actually, it's Ruto himself who's sending that. Again, he's doing double the evil work. He's going to do things that are evil in church, plus also attacking other people in churches. What I just said is, I don't have sympathy for people that allow this nonsense happen in places of worship. I thought church was sacred. I'll be honest with you. I thought church was sacred. I hear grown-ups, grown men, people who are supposed to be elders in churches, abusing one another. Wanatukanana hapo tu kwa kanisa, things you're not supposed to hear in churches. After 7 days, munafaa kukumzika, worship whoever you are, worship God, whichever God you're worshiping, worship him, say thank you, praise and worship, omba, mwende nyumbani na mrelax. I am so shocked you guys were not seeing this. You automatically assumed that I was defending Ruto. Why did that go in your head that Kip is defending Ruto? How can I defend that animal? I have never called him my president, and I will never. The day we stop seeing abnormal things happening in Kenya and think it is normal is the day we'll get our liberation. Is the day we see orange t-shirts receiving money and we justify it as normal and stop complaining that day. Tunaiachilia tu hivyo. We saw that happening in Mombasa for the ODM meeting while we were doing our thing in Ketengela. We saw that happening in Bere. Long lines of people. Long lines of people just receiving money. Others were being given sweets. Anyway, let's move to Sifuna. For me, Sifuna, I did state that things that I watched there that I find that are refreshing. Akuva any orange compared to what we had in Siaya. I did not see any clothes of orange. That gives me good signs. Babu Owino stated something that made me feel like signs of giving up. Mutuachie hii party. Like, it's like he was pleading that they let go of the party so that they could run it. What I have been stating for the last 2 weeks as this movement has been going on, while this faction things has been happening, I did state, and I'll continue stating, that the people that have the keys to that party will never let go of it, and they're the greedy people. They're the people that have been betraying Raila ever since kutoka ile siku tulikuwa tunasikia mambo ya nani anaitwaje huyu Junet Mohammed and Joe walikuwa wanajiita Sky Team. These are the people that took a lot of the money that Uhuru, by the way, still our money, a lot of the money that Uhuru had given Azimio to go pay all these agents to take care of our votes, which I do not justify anything called. So abnormal. Yani, in Kenya, we do so many abnormal things. I've never been in any politics in Europe where at least you unakuwa na agent wa protect votes. But anyway, it's a place we live. So let's go with the norms. At that point in time, we needed money to protect our votes. Junet Mohammed and Joe walienda wakakula hiyo pesa yote. Wanga was taken to the US with Anne Waiguru and her to kind of, Ruto was into this fetish of having what do you call it? Somebody female to deputize him. So he was trying to pick somebody that would make him look good when he tries to run, because I still believe they stole elections, to run in 2027. So you're speaking between Anne Waiguru, whether he's going to, again, the tribal thing, I'll take a Kikuyu lady, give me strength in the mountain, or I'll take a Luo person. If I lose on because of Gashago, if I lose, I'll go and do this united Nilotic thing, because the first thing he went to do was go to Masai land to say, oh, united whatever. So for me, the people that are surrounding this faction of ODM that have the power, he states it very well. Power, the people that have power are the people that have always betrayed Raila Amolo Odinga, and is the people that you could see pre-2021. You could see Raila losing his grip on ODM. The decisions he was making, you could tell that there were people pushing him in the background because of the handshake. Aliambiwa, wewe ulienda ukafanya handshake na umse na sisi hatukugawia kitu yoyote. Oparanya akakuja akasema, boss, what happened? I challenged your throne before, and I still got the capability of challenging your throne. Joe, you could see his teeth this time. I challenged your throne, Raila. I challenged it. If you do not go negotiate on our behalf, Raila tried to say, oh, the people are going this way. No, mister, you did that with Uhuru. Why can't you do the same with Ruto? And indeed, Uhuru is evil. But Ruto is worse. So for me, it is. I'm really seeing this what do you call it? This momentum of Sifuna can really do very well for Kenyans. It can do very well. He's got the backing of a lot of people.
Top 3 widest Wi-Fi hotspot device.
Could you mute kidogo? Thank you. Number 1, he's the senator of Nairobi. That is his base. Number 2, Busia is ground zero for ODM. Busia is actually the ground zero of ODM, other than Nairobi. It is a place where majority of the communities that support ODM come from, where you have a place that Luos and Luyas live. That is the core base of ODM. If Sifuna brought such energy in Busia, that was by the way, let me not lie to you. Busia has had more energy than Kakamega, although Kitengele was prime. So just imagine, I know people are talking about Ramadan. Ramadan is just 40 days. Let's be patient. I know Stone PK talked about religion. Just let it happen, because if Sifuna does the same thing in Mombasa, Kusha. So these guys need a new outfit. Let's just be honest. They can call it ODMK, court to court, whatever it is, and just so long as they don't look like they're trying to unify. Why would you want to soil yourself right now? There's already a casualty. There's already a casualty in this what do you call it? In this fight. And the main casualty is Gladys Wanga is an absolute casualty. Atukumwana, she's leaking a wound somewhere. She doesn't know what to do. Let me tell you, Let me tell you what happened to Gladys Wanga. Gladys Wanga was rejected nyumbani. You know, Homa Bay is not where she's from. Her husband is from Homa Bay. She was rejected in Kisumu, where she was born. Nojo Mali, I grew up with these people. They are rejecting me. So my advice is for those guys to form an outfit. Don't say. I hear people saying join DCP, join Nini. You're already a movement. You have a quorum. You have some senior people. You've got the Orengo there. You've got Nani Apo. Form an outfit. Form it. It's going to be a beautiful thing. And my advice for them, because the Luo people need it, tusiongee mambo ya ukabila hapa, but I know what I'm saying. The Luo people also need this. The next move as a group is to come to Luo Nyanza. Because they've done 2 places in Western. Come to Luo Nyanza, wait kidogo, alafu ndio kuje Mombasa. And then our other team from the opposition, we can keep doing our work. Because we need more pressure for Ruto, the pressure. The thing that Ruto loves a lot is the perception of being loved. And if you can squeeze that out of him, him, you think the reason why ODM was pressurized, they did not even prepare. Like let me tell you, no matter what you may say about Raila Amolo Odinga, any meetings that he had ever had across the country, he had an agenda. He had an agenda, prepared speeches that you do for that agenda. He'll go to that area and talk about a specific agenda. I have just shown you 3 clips of the Oburu team. Seats. I was deputy of Raila. Kwani mimi siwezi kuwa hivi? Oh, you cannot say 2 term if you don't get seats here. Oh, sijui kiti ya CS lazima hata tuweze negotiate energy tuweze. What has that got to do with the people? Again, litmus test of knowing whether a meeting has been paid for or not is colors. Any organic meeting for Raila, you'd rarely see colors. And if you see colors, it's old colors. Ni nguo ya previous election ama nothing brand new. See a orange hapo. Tukienda maandamano, you'll see some Azimio clothes za zamani. Like, that is the thing. Siaya, we saw brand new clothes. Mombasa, we saw brand new clothes. Orange. When you go see Ruto going to bring people from State House, unaona tu yellow, sea of yellow. Zimenunuliwa. When you go and see Sifuna's meetings from Kitengela all the way, Gen Z wamejitolea vitu zao, ma t-shirts wameprint. I saw them on TikTok. Sisi ni Sifuna. It's self-funding. Self-funding. Amejiwekea hapo. They're selling it amongst themselves. Na inaenda hivyo. That is it. Organic. Enda uza sera zako. And then yesterday, I think you guys were not here just to talk about it. Maraga needs to style up. Maraga is a person of principles. If indeed he's serious about the presidential candidacy, mzee bana, toka kwa gari na uongee na wananchi. Toka kwa soko, ongea na wananchi. Thank you. And I would like to thank you for giving me space to talk without interruptions. Asante sana. Back to the studio.
Next. Next.
Utabidi niingilie kati na mimi, maana nimekaa hapa muda mrefu. Kwanza mpokee zangu na wale wako kwa comment section yangu. Mimi ni mafupi kama msimamo. Kipi tumejifunza hapa tofauti na mikutano mingine haswa hapa kwa Sifuna? Jambo la kwanza lilotilia manani, nimegundua hakuna kisichowezekana. Mfano, tumeona wale bodaboda waliotiwa mafuta na kile ambacho wameweza kukifanya peupe. Hiyo ndo passion na nguvu ambayo mimi msimamo amenikosha. Laiti kwingine tungeshuhudia yale mipango ambayo inapangwa kinyume haswa isiyofaa kuwa peupe. So bodaboda wale instead wafurahikie hiyo, wameamua kuwa na msimamo wao kwamba kula kwa bosi, kula tutajua wapi kwa kuweka. So hili limenikosha zaidi. Nadhani viongozi wengine wale wangefaa kujifunza, haswa kuyaweka haya mambo peupe. Hawa wamehongwa, hawa wamepangiwa hili, hawa ni gunzi, hawa. Hii kitu haijafanyika, na hii ndio stand ya kiongozi anafaa kusimama, haswa kama kiongozi. Hii mtazamo wangu. Lakini ukitazama pia upande wa pili kule, nimeona nini haswa upande wa ODM Linda Ground. Kwanza lengo la kukimbia Siaya ni kwa sababu ya kulipiza kisasi kwa Orengo ambao alikuwa upande ule wa Kakamega, wameingia bedroom yake. Lakini je, wamepokelewa vilivyo? Jibu ni hapana. Wamejaribu kujizima data, lakini mwisho wa siku wameondoka hapo na haya. Mfano yule mwanamke wa Women Rep ambaye ameweza kukataliwa kabisa kuongea kwa kuweza kukinzana na kuweza kuungana na upande huu, kuachana na upande ule ambao governor wake yupo. So labda pengine katika hii hali ni kuonyesha wazi kwamba wananchi wana fungu lao, na hawa viongozi waliojinadi kwa broad based government walikuwa na fungu lao. So matarajio ya mkutano wa Siaya maybe kungefurika na wakasema Orengo one term, lakini hilo haliwezi kutumika kwa sababu wananchi bado still walikuwa na mashaka kwao. So kiukweli ni kwamba Sifuna amefanya kazi nzuri kwa kuweza kutuletea haswa chochote kile ambacho kule ambao kuna vizuizi yale ambayo yanafanyika, kwa sababu tukisema hii mipango imepangwa na Uhuru na Ruto ndio amepewa fair game kama baadhi ya wengine wamezungumza kwa comment section, sidhani kwangu kwamba inaleta tija, kwa sababu hivyo tunavyohitaji haswa kuipeleka hamasa kwamba tusitumike tu kwa tonge la mkononi kisha tukasababisha wamvuleni. Kwa hiyo au bodaboda kwa kweli wamenikosha, lakini vile vile wale waliosimama na gunzi kwamba hili haliwezekani leo haswa piga ua, lakini bila shaka hapa hapatafika vurugu. That's what tunataka, hiyo spirit. Ndivyo tuone kwamba tuonyeshe hata hawa polisi kwamba wanaweza kuwa overcome wakileta mchezo na wananchi, kwa sababu wananchi ndio kusema. Kikubwa zaidi ni mkutano ambao wananchi wamejitokeza wenyewe, si wale wa kwenda kusukuma kwa malori na mabasi ya shule kujaza mkutano. So katika hii hali ni kwamba mkutano ambao umefanyika kule haswa mimi umenikosha, haswa upande wa kina Sifuna na viongozi wengine ambao wanania swapi kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba one term inatimilika kikamilifu. Basi pia haswa wajipange na watu wao, waandae haswa mazingira ya mikutano ili kuweza kuexpose na kuweza kuwa defeat wale ambao watakwenda kinyume ama kutumika haswa kuleta vurugu na fujo, ili kesho na kesho liwe ni onyo na pia liwe ni fundisho, na pia liwe haswa ni jambo litamtia mwingine litampa haswa huyu mwenye kuwafandi kisunzi. Kwa hiyo nadhani sasa hivi kisilani hela sasa hivi inatumika kwa hata hawa wabunge ambao wanafungamana haswa na upande huo wa Kenya Kwisha. Pia nadhani pia wapo kwa maslahi, lakini itafika wakati wafanye maamuzi kama ground itabaki hivi hivi nilivyoiona kama msimamo kwamba ground ina fungu lake na viongozi nao wana fungu lao. Unakuta mfano pale mkutano wa Linda Ground, mmoja wao amezungumza kwamba kiongozi nani kutoka mahali kutoka Coast umemuona katika upande ule, kiongozi nani kutoka siyo wapi umemuona upande ule. Ina maana hao wananadi viongozi instead ya kunadi kile ambacho mwananchi kunacho, na hiyo ndio tofauti. So kwa kweli viongozi ambao wanafungamana na one term wajifunze, wapange mikakati kwamba wanaelewana haswa na hawa watakaotumika kuweza kuleta vurugu, kwa sababu lazima kuwe na chanzo. Mwisho kabisa, siasa na dini ni vitu viwili tofauti. Tukitaka kuheshimisha dini, basi siasa tuitoe ndani ya dini. Hili si langu, hili ni la mzee wetu Nyerere. Siasa na dini ni vitu viwili tofauti, kwa sababu ukiangalia haswa hawa wanasiasa tulipoachilia kuingia kwa makanisa na kufanya michango ya tija mamilioni, uliona thamani ya kanisa sasa kuweza kusimamia haki na kuweza kueneza haki na kuweza kuwa advisors imekuwa finyu. So imekuwa sasa makanisa yanajipatia kula, wanajijenga, wachache wanajijenga kupitia hilo. So siasa ikiingizwa popote pala, so hususan kwa dini, inakuwa si tija. Sifungamani na yale yanafanyika kwa tear gas kutupwa kwa makanisa. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo nalipinga, lakini pia napinga ule kwamba siasa sasa madhabahu zimegeuzwa kuwa ngome za kuzungumza sera za kisiasa na kupeana vijembe na kujibu huyu na huyu. So thamani ya dini tunaishusha mazima kwa kuingiza siasa hapa. Mimi nitaachia hapa, asante.
Haya, nani mwingine next? Roba, you want to say something? Innocent, twende hivyo, ule ako tayari.
Sure, yeah. Yes, thank you, Stone BK. I've been listening here, Mamo, and I think Alex left from and Julie. So, okay. Now I just want to bring something new. You guys can either you can tell me I'm wrong, or you can tell me that's a bad idea or a good idea. So why can't we be the first station? Maybe now because we declare that we want this guy to run for president. Because it looks like I've been listening to everybody here. Everybody's saying tick, 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 except Alex, who's just in the middle. He doesn't know, he wants more. That's his right. But we know Sifuna is not like, he doesn't have money like the so-called conman. So if I was the one who was going to advise these people, I could have told them, Sifuna, this was the right time. 1 or 2 weeks from now, they should form a different organization or a different party. Or he has to come up with a formation so that he moves on. When he moves on, he can get this momentum. He can run the campaign by people financing his campaign, because people want to change. They have to finance the campaign. Shilingi kumi kumi, 20 yeah, the Obama style. If he can be able to do that, he's going to get money to run the campaign. And by doing so, it will change the political way of doing things in Kenya. Kwa sababu sio lazima hii pesa ambayo hawa wanaiba. In fact, when you do that, I say you do the campaign, you fund my campaign, na mimi nikiingia, what I want to end is corruption. Hii pesa ambayo wameiba na kila kitu yote itarudi, ama watu waende kwa chera. Naona. So, sema very, very well, mimi sina pesa kama hawa kuna pesa na nini yenye wameiba, but me, I want to have a new Kenya. A new Kenya, not a new Singapore. It's a new Kenya. I went to a new Kenya. So to start this new Kenya, you are going to fund the campaign. Shilingi 20, 10, 15, 100, 200. When you wanatoa hivyo. Then if he has a very good campaign, he has a campaign manager. Kila kitu ikuwe wazi vile na spend na kila kitu. Kila kitu. I'm telling you, this politics will change, and more especially now, you can get these young people who are just like online and other things. They can fundraise, but the money was on one particular place, and where the money is just from there, you can be able to run the campaign. That's one thing. You should take advantage of the moment right now and start something like that, where he just says, point blank, this is your campaign, this is your candidate. I'm just here because of you. Whatever, of course, not everybody's going to agree with him, but he's going to get a new thing on town. So another thing, I was looking at the 2 campaigns. Yes, in fact, the people in Siaya, they look. Those are. I mean, can you imagine people like Joe, people like Radis Wanga? In fact, if you see it from the crowd, just watch those tapes properly. I mean, just take your time and watch it. Those people, they know They know it's not good for them. They know the ground is not with them. And those are facts. You can tell the body language of the people. And you can also tell that this was a crowd, some of these were mobilized because, I mean, these people, they have the yellow t-shirts, they have all the Makofia and Akira Kitu, ODM. They are given all these things. They were given. So for me, it tells me they even don't know what they are doing. And when you come to stage and they start telling people what they want is power, what they want is 50-50 of the government, somebody has to ask them, why are you to go to negotiate with UDA? Why not UDA to come to you and say, you know what, we are ODM, we want to form the next government. Sasa nyinyi mnategemea Ruto awaformie government ni awapatie kutoka kwa kichiko. Awapatie nini? Hiyo nini uchinga. That's nonsense. It's betrayal. It's betraying people like those who believe in ODM. Sasa kama imefikia mahali imefikia, and yet these guys, they might not get ODM. For me, they can call ODM Papa, ODM Raila, a new fashion of it, because it looks like Raila might be dead, but it might be the one who might also be part of the election come 2027. So there's something they have to do as soon as quickly is to find a way to move from this ODM thing. They start their new thing, because this one, we don't want to go, or it's something now. I mean, it's just like, it's the biddings until now, it's just like there's nothing anymore. They need to bring something new. They need to start the alignment, who they want to work with. But for me, I just see a situation where I know some people, we might have some casualties, like people like Caronso. I don't trust him, to be sincere, because if he thinks like, because I'm seeing people who combine the wanasema, oh, na nyinyi mwanzo kusema nyinyi nani, sisi ni Caronso, ndio wanataka, you know, that's the kind of ridiculous part of it. So Caronso will not bring people to the polls. So one thing I can advise these people, they have to find a mechanism to start an organization or a political party. Then from there, they tell people, you are going to fund this campaign. By funding it, we'll be able to register a lot of people. By funding it, we'll travel all over the country. By funding it, we are going to win for you to change the trajectory of this country. So what about us as we come in? Even though some of you are saying, oh, it's too early, or you don't want to be involved, but can we just be able to advise at least? Because our voices can be heard. We can't just say, oh, it needs to be advised. We can advise, Sifuna. We can be advised. I don't know how we can, I don't know much about how we can access, you can get access, or we can get access with him, or he should have a team of advisors to start advising him. They should take advantage of the situation right now of trying to, even he has an intention of running for president. So I don't know, but if he has that kind of intention and is going to be a candidate,
Anavisikiza tu go online ni vile nini, anaenda job kesho.
PK, unakupata? Yeah, hapo umefanya la mbolea. Endelea Robo.
Yeah, so start again. Okay. So what I was saying is, it's time now. We can just say who's with this organization. We can, this one here, we can just get now. This is the way to organize, because right now you have to separate yourself from the conman Ruto, the so-called ODM nonsense, yakina Wanga, watu matumbo, watu, you know, I don't know how you can call them. You can separate. So we want a new breath. We want a new breath in our politics. We want something new. Give something people. And you know, the majority of the young people who can decide where the election goes. So it's the right time you engage them, because Sifuna, like Alex said, is paddless, is tribalist, is everything Gen Z's wanted. He has got a package. But also, on this point, it's up to people to advise him how to seek on the moment, how to move forward so that people can believe in him. Because some of these guys, they are banging on, more especially from the dictator or this killer, Ruto. He thinks that he's going to collapse like other people have collapsed. But somebody has to tell him he's going to collapse. I'm talking about Ruto. He has already collapsed. He's nowhere. Even he thought Ruo Nyanza is going to be on him. Ruo Nyanza, we have been watching Ruo Nyanza. I've been watching there. There's things are changing against the conman. Yeah. Oburu, I mean, something people you guys have not said here. Oburu had to be evacuated after they started kind of attacking Orengo on that meeting. Just watch that. Even this guy, this conman, who's the Minister for Energy, yeah? That conman, when he was speaking, he realized people are not even paying attention on him. Yeah, look at when this guy called the conman, or the so-called the Minister for Finance, or the Secretary, whatever you can call him, when he was speaking. That man, he spoke, he said, oh, Wajaruo. Well, now my question is, kumbe wamechukua ODM imekuwa Wajaruo. Yeah? And all kama wewe Mjaruo, you are not there on that in Siaya, you should be denied by people kwa sababu ODM ni Wajaruo. That's how low they have gone. And first of all, somebody has to tell me, mtu kama yeye. Yeye is a finance minister ambaye he serves the country called Kenya. How comes he goes on a stage, he's talking about tribal when you are our secretary? I thought the constitution says very clearly, if you know you are a secretary, assistant secretaries, you are serving the public, you should avoid politics. But how comes Wandai and the so-called, this conman here, the super conman, they are coming here, they are talking about politics in terms of tribal. This is ridiculous on what's going on. And that's why also Naunga Mukon, this idea of get politics out of church. Get politics out of church. And that's how this conman called Ruto came in. And pitia mambo ya kanisa uko Central Kenya. Bribing people, bribery. That's what he did. He bribed people. So there's one thing also I want to bring on the table here. When all this is happening, guys, ask yourself, why is it that right now, since Kama Kenya, we know the campaign is kind of like now people are doing the alignment. Why is it that the president or the government, the current government, which is a dictatorship, thinks that they can control what other people are doing? Who gave them that power? How comes the so-called institutions right now, they are not working? Where did DCI, when the goons are with the police, like the other two couple of weeks ago, when they went to Nyeri, Nyeri or Murangas there, where they threw the tear gas in that church. So what have they done? Or the ESC and corruption, whatever they call them, where are they? How is it that the so-called the people would depend on who are supposed to be neutral, who are supposed to serve the country? They are serving one of the worst presidents ever.
We tell them, oh, no. Those who want to pull us backwards, we tell them what? Wananchi wa Mombasa oye! Wajenzi wenzangu oye! I want to tell you
that Raila left us in a broad-based arrangement, in a broad-based government. And in the broad-based government, we are moving on, and I have been given mandate by my party to proceed and negotiate with our partners in the broad-based government, and that is to start negotiation with President Ruto. And we should not let the 10-point agenda pull us backwards. We are moving forward, forward ever, backward never. Forward ever, backward never. And we are not going to allow people to pull us backwards. Those who want to pull us backwards, we tell them, oh, more. Those who want to pull us backwards, we tell them what? More. Things will not fall apart. And ODM, as you, all of you know, that we have some disciplinary issues are within us, because we believe that political party is like a club. It must have some discipline. And democracy itself does not mean chaos. Democracy means order. And the minority must have their say, and the majority must have their way. And if you are defeated and you are the minority, God help you. You keep your tails under you. And you don't go out and you start now talking as if you are the king. Na wewe kwa in the order and in the structure, you are not able to speak to the structures.
So Bwana Stone PK and Innocent, bado mnaendelea? Stone PK, are you there? Nitoe hii. Yeah, anyway, ni sawa. I think we can end the show. Thank you for participation.